To bring us up to speed quickly, last session we picked up with you guys having finished your dinner in boxers and your night of bonding and of releasing the tension of being within the fire temple. You all did your morning training, attuned to love. Well, Rose attuned to love. You all can't attune to it. It's kind of a single person at a time thing.
Attunement by proxy, since
right.
we're all now connected.
Exactly. Let's see. You finished repairing your gear, Rose, as you hadn't done that the night before. You guys explored some of the limitations of love, learning that it didn't allow you to read each other's minds, but it did allow you to not only send words and like sounds and spoken language, but also images, colors, and in this case, the memory of the night before's dream, as Rose's sleep had been interrupted by a visit from your old friend Severin, who was curious as to where you'd been, how you'd been, what you'd been up to, if you knew anything about the things happening in the world, just kind of catch up, just old friends talking, things like that. You danced around the absolute truth as much as you could, as much as you could get away with, at least. And in the end, he did not seem to strike out with any psychic damage, and you awoke still the little spoon to Eodos's big spoon.
Well, that was before I went in.
Well, no, you went into the dream. Oh, no, you're right. It was. Sorry, that's my bad. Yep. Yeah. That was when you went and found Eodos, and then he had asked if there was anything that you needed to talk about. Having discussed it and decided that the next morning you would bring everybody up to speed in a family meeting, you utilized love to show everyone the vision, remembering it to the best of your ability and recalling it quite well. If I remember the roll being pretty high, everyone could see what was said while you kind of like waited for not a lashing out or anything, but any sort of response from Ken due to the nature of the conversation you were having with Severin. He instead told you that you did good, and that, given the situation you were in, there was really not much else that could have been done, and you did good. You guys finished your morning preparations and then stepped out of the mansion and into the fire temple. You then teleported quickly to the collapsing domain, as I had been referring to it in my mind, as the space between the dales was being reclaimed by the now freed entities that you had released. Both Eden and Ifrit kind of seizing that space from opposite sides. You arrived to find that the domain was much smaller than you had left it and had eaten up some of the pool, but not enough to deter you. And a few fabricates and a few teleportation circles after that, and you had secured quite a decent haul of money as you had cleaned out the hoard that had... I think that the number on the hoard generator that I used was somewhere in the 900,000 gold piece range. With the majority of that ending up at, or the first part of that ending up at the Guild Hall in Eriabor. A pile of platinum bars equating about 400,000 gold, having been teleported to them a few days prior on your first pass through here. From there, you went to Mechanus. Not only to drop off your recent spoils of victory and the latest component to the arcane regulator that was in the hope of maintaining the weave of magic and keeping things from decaying any more than they have. You plane shifted and arrived on the small, stone platform. It's kind of like a like a slice out of the side of a cube, as the space that you're in has a ceiling that's about 60 feet up of just flat stone, and you're in this like perfectly 90-degree cut into the side of this massive cube. And as you arrived, Mia leapt onto Ken, excited to see him, and you all kind of meted and greeted with Nick and Stir, and began to explore the ever-improving cottage that the three of them are living in. You provided the Heart of Fire to them, and they were making their final, Stir and Nick were making final modifications on Unit 36 to ensure that he could make it to the Arcane Regulator carrying the Heart of Fire and back without taking any unnecessary damage. I think it was mostly just shenanigans, killing time here, waiting for Stir and Nick to finish as they were just working away. Before Ken invited everybody on a little mini vacation, as Mia had requested that he stay there for a couple days so that they didn't have to be apart immediately. You instead invited her along. She was extremely excited and invited along Nick and Stir, who shared a long look, and then opted to have one of them stay behind, as having all three outside of Mechanus might not be the best decision.
Seems like a terrible idea.
It's fine. It would have been all right, I'm sure.
Sure.
Stir opted to stay behind, as this was more of a comfortable home for him than it was for Mia, who her memories beginning in that forest north of Erebor is much more comfortable on the road with you guys, adventuring and being in the cities around people. And this time here in Mechanus hasn't been bad. I mean, it's cool. There's tons of cool Modrons, but it's not as exciting. It's not as interesting. And
Boring.
so if anyone was going to stay, it was not going to be her, obviously. Nick, being a denizen of the material, could take any opportunity to stroll his old grounds before returning to the work at hand. And having seen the installation of the Heart of Fire into the Arcane Regulator, he knew progress was being made. The only way to truly keep going is to rest from time to time. And so, the Wanderers, with Mia and Nicholas, gathered together to plane shift back to the material plane. The plan was Erebor. Make preparations,
Mhm.
secure the loot that had been sent there. Plan didn't go as planned.
Plan.
Yeah, the plan. As Rose reached to their neck to take the metal identification tag of the Wanderers of Starlight from the Guardians of the Sword Coast Guild, adventuring party number 80085. They also slipped their left hand into their pocket, where they had been storing a number of stones of different shape that they had collected in their adventures over the last few months. And as they took a stone from out front of Lintier into their hand and activated plane shift, you all felt yourself lurch through the skin of the world. And right before that dome would have shattered, it's like you were yanked, 2,000 miles north to a forest. And as the plane shift / teleport, the shift to port, finally completed, you kind of stood there in a little bit of shock at the moment, kind of shaking off the odd feeling as Aerith was greeted to the voice of his brother Theron, who was out front of their mother's house gardening. And as Theron walked up to greet Aerith, Fina came out and, curious as to what the noise was, also noticed Aerith and went to go and alert the rest of the family. Aerith attempted to draw his weapon. Ken did not let him. He really wanted to shoot Rose.
You know.
It's still on the table.
It's
Yeah.
definitely still on the table. Rose stood awestruck, jaw agape, as the Adonis you made the character art, man, of Theron strode down the short path out front of the house towards them, and kind of gently pushing past the few of you, taking Aerith up into a big hug and holding him tightly and greeting him. Aerith warned him. He didn't care.
Tried
Or
to.
didn't seem to care. Before finally heading in after Fina and taking Rose with them to introduce Rose to the rest of the family, who Rose was very excited and polite and interested in meeting, putting on all the right airs and just really hamming it up.
Mhm.
The rest of you stood half shocked, half amused out front. And as Aerith kind of stood, the most shocked of all, the shocks did not end, as he heard his name once again, this time called from the other direction. And as he turned, a face he had not seen in several decades looked down the street at him and began to walk towards the rest of your group. And as Aerith recognized Zack, he cast haste on himself and ran the hell away, fleeing into the house as
Chicken the
anyone
fuck out.
who was given magical capabilities and this much all at once could understandably do. And as Zack stood confused and a little dismayed, he turned and walked away. Ken, Mia, Nicholas, and Aureus, the four of you followed Aerith and Fina and the rest of the crew into the manor, where Aerith was pacing quickly in the front atrium before heading upstairs, muttering to himself about, why is he here? What's he doing here? Why is he here? Eodos, at the time, seeing the look on Zack's face, followed after him to find him standing on a bridge in that, oh, woe is me kind of position, staring down upon the lake below with the
Oops, done fucked up.
the elves who were enjoying their afternoon. And it's a beautiful afternoon. Well, it's not even afternoon yet. It's late morning at this point. Probably around 10:30, as the season is getting later and we are near the end of what would be May. Summer is just around the corner, but Lintier is also pretty far north, and so it's crisp and cool. There's a little bit of humidity that hangs in the air. It's maybe 60 degrees, a little too chilly to not have an extra layer on, but beautiful to just enjoy the day. And as the sun streamed down, he stared out over the water, and Eodos approached and kind of joined next to him. The two had a short conversation about the past and decisions made in youth, and Zack passed along a message, or at least asked if Eodos would pass along a message to Aerith that he would be waiting at their spot in the woods that night, at midnight, and that all he wants to do is talk. To pass that along to Aerith, and that if Aerith doesn't show, then no hard feelings. There will be... He's not going to be around every corner. He's not going to be following him or stalking him. He's going to just take this opportunity to try to have a conversation. And as they said goodbye, Zack saluted and walked into the city. Eodos returned to the manor and let himself in. Meanwhile, the main cohort of Ken, Mia, Aureus, and Nicholas, do not pretend the city, had walked upstairs and introduced themselves to the family slowly, as introducing more than 2 NPCs at a time is kind of complicated and can make for a little bit of overload, Fina introduced you first to Leovalur, as well as Tristina, the oldest of the two of the Zatara clan, informing you that Ravalana and
Zafir.
Vafir, thank you. How did you know which one I was looking for?
Because I think that's
Vafir,
the only one left.
the only other one left. We're out, Ravalana in the library upstairs, and Vafir out in town, probably at a pub, is I think the way Tristina put it.
Mhm.
You guys conversed with them for a little bit, shared some of your stories before Vafir ended up showing up home, introduced himself. At that point, Theron, who had retrieved drinks for the rest of you and had been flirting a little bit with Rose, went to go and retrieve the... Oh no, Vafir went to go and retrieve Ravalana.
Mhm.
Yeah. Bringing her down, she introduced herself, and the quiet, shy Zatara, so unlike the rest, who are not loud and boisterous, but confident, charismatic in the way that they carry themselves and the way that they speak to others. They have a certain bit of energy to them that Ravalana just seems to not. And as she found herself in a very uncomfortable position, you all let her know that it was perfectly fine if she needed to run away, essentially, and so she did just that. Conversed a little bit longer. Aerith finally made his way into the room. I think when Ravi was still there. Before Ken and Mia left to go and have their date.
Fina half joked about wanting something similar made.
Yes, and Leo Valur also wanted you to teach him artificery, and seeing her date day slowly dwindling away, Mia insisted that that is not right now.
Yeah.
Nope,
You
bye.
are very correct.
Yeah, she was half joking at first, but then like, oh, okay, if you can make it.
That's very much who Fina is. She did not expect you to say okay, but now she will hold you to that until you die.
Forever.
Forever. Rose and Theron had spoken a little bit and learned about Theron's fascination with the prehistoric creatures within Schultz, and Rose, who had the proclivity of taking on one of their forms during battle, offered to show him a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
I'll
And
show
so
you
the two
mine
of
if
them,
you show me yours.
hey, if he's got a T-Rex, he might. You don't know.
Oh, I know, he will.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
How in depth did you create your brother?
Oh no. How
did
good
it.
is that AIR generator?
Oh, trust me, it is amazing.
I bet. Rose and Theron head out into the city to find a place wide enough, a fallow field in a nearby farmer's estate would do just fine for a showing of something as large as a Tyrannosaurus Rex. And full disclosure, he thought you meant an illusion. Like,
Nope.
definitely was thinking you meant like an illusion of some kind. You did not mean an illusion. And
Nope.
as he stood shocked and impressed, he asked if, one, you were still in there, at which point you indicated that you were but couldn't talk, and two, then asked if he could have a ride. And the sudden appearance of the Tyrannosaur in the city... Yeah, I mean...
Phrasing?
Yeah, phrasing.
Giggity.
Brought out the attention of the nobleman as well as the farmer, and announcing that not to worry, that this was official Zatara estate business. Tyrannosaurus Rose ran through the noble district of Lintier and out the southeastern gate and into the well-protected and defended woods that surround the noble district. As wood elves, the people of Lintier grew up as a part of this forest, and their city isn't going to not include it. There are going to be safe places where you can just walk the woods, and that's honestly most of the area around Lintier, as Farah Lynn protects itself from any who would see it harmed, unless they're the prince. There's kind of some loopholes in there that apparently the magic doesn't account for.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But as the beast stomped through the city, rushing past Ken and Mia as they headed out to their date, drawing the attention of the family who was still up in Madame Satara's comfortable lounge and sitting room within the estate. You could hear the stomping in the distance and the shouting. Nick and Aureus both stepped out of the room along with Eodos to allow the family some time amongst themselves. And that was where we left off last game. I think Aerith had just left the archive, having opened that up for Ravalana and shown her the archive that you had procured. The book dimension.
The book dimension.
She seemed a little overwhelmed, and you left her in there to enjoy, and enjoy she will. So, I guess the first question I have, because I have an idea, I don't really know what Aerith is going to do until like 11. So, you have about 10, 11 hours to kill and or fret and or panic. I don't care how you want to do it. Just figure it out. Eodos. Aureus and Nicholas, seeing as Aureus isn't here, and I think it's funny to stick Aureus with his other character, are going to go walk around the city together. As
play with
Nicholas has
yourself.
been to Lintier, and Aureus has not. So Nick is going to show Aureus around the Noble District and kind of show him to the places that you guys were here last time. What do you want to do today?
Honestly, he was probably just going to wander around a little bit himself. Nothing really on the agenda, just see the sights, spend a little time relaxing.
Sounds good. Okay. So as the three of you head out and you walk together for a little bit before, well, they turn to one direction and something else draws your attention in another. You spend your lovely late spring day here within Lintier, enjoying the sights of the city. Can you roll me a charisma check?
Yes.
Get arrested in the streets just for looking spooky.
Well, I say yes, and this entire time, I even got on before the game, intentionally no, nothing's messed up. It's just,
Oh.
I never
Wow.
opened my character sheet.
Oh. I see.
It's fine. I need to drink something anyway.
Quench your throat.
Yeah.
Lubricate.
Gonna need it.
No. It's honestly, role-playing isn't as hard as roaring like a dragon. You know what really killed my voice?
To get Yankee.
Down.
Oh no.
The underdog.
The illithid.
The illithid fuck me up bad.
Yeah. That sounds about right.
'Cause you're,
Magenta.
yep. Oh,
Like I know
Maggie.
Oprah's voice is a little bit rough, but
As isn't that bad, it's just croaky. Okay, cool. As you walk through the city, Lintier is predominantly elven. Maybe 1 in every 100 people that live here isn't elven. Most of those are half elves. You see a couple humans here and there, but they seem to do everything they can to appear as elven as possible, short of wearing fake ears. They they dress the same. They carry themselves with that same kind of elegant manner. It's a very homogeneous city. Being a tiefling, you're no stranger to the kind of feeling of being looked at with a bit of disdain or fear or uncertainty from people. And as you walk around, you definitely draw sights, your ghastly affectations, intending to make you as threatening and as spooky and scary to your enemies as possible, but having the side effect of also just making you look spooky and scary and kind of like a necromancer. But as the people look at you and kind of like whisper to each other, you raise one hand, nod, wave with a smile, and they seem to like be caught off guard a little bit, and they like wave back and nod back. A couple turn and like stiffen their backs up like, oh, and walk away. A few kids run up to you and start looking up and like asking you about your armor and why you look so spooky and everything. It's all in all a average day, and the added affectations that you have make it more apparent, and they draw more attention. But it's like before all of this had happened. 5 years ago, you could have been doing the exact same thing, walking through Baldur's Gate and drawing the same sights and attentions. Although Baldur's Gate is a lot more accepting of literally everyone, so maybe not that city in particular, but. So, while Eodos enjoys the sights of Lintier, and Aureus and Nicholas explore and consolidate information, because that's also what's fun, is now Kyle can just have Aureus know what Nick knows.
Told each other everything.
Aerith, as you
Don't sound so excited.
as you leave the book dimension and your sister to her research and readings, what are you going to do today?
As dreadfully as it is, Aerith is gonna talk to his mother and recount as much information about what has transpired since they last saw each other.
Okay. So as you head down into the lounge, let me see. Yes, that was it. Okay. As you're heading down to the lounge, you kind of like walk up to the door, and as you are about to open the door, it opens, and you see your oldest brother and sister, like stop suddenly in the doorway. Leo looks down, not down at you, but he's taller than you are, so he kind of just looks down at you. Aerith, excuse us, we're just heading into the city. I'm gonna go make preparations for tonight's dinner, seeing as we have so many guests.
Got it.
Walk by, Tristina nods and kind of gives you like a sly smirk, and then they head down the stairs. You look in, and it's just you and Ifalna, your mother. Everyone has left, and the room is suddenly very quiet, considering how many people were just in here 20 minutes ago. You flop down in your seat that is no longer being occupied by your brother and Rose. Hello, Aerith.
Hi.
How are you handling everything?
Just everything in general, or the fact that I'm here in Lintier?
Which one do you want to talk about?
I'll just, I guess I'll just talk about what has happened since we last saw each other.
All right. Well, as you know, last time we spoke, Fina was going to be putting out the word to call the family home, as, well, given everything that I had been through, she felt that having people around was going to be helpful to my recovery. It has been. It's been nice seeing everyone again. Though at the same time, the house gets a bit crowded sometimes.
Your peace and quiet is now gone.
It's quite gone, yes, and I'm spending a lot more gold on food than I did a month ago. But she kind of like smiles from over her tea. You are all pride of my life, and to see you all here makes me very happy. Aside from that, it's been quiet. I've been recovering. Fina has me doing exercises each morning to help build my strength back up, given the time I spent in confinement. Tristina and Leo make sure that I eat properly, and Theron has been beautifying the place, as you know, only he does. She kind of like motions around. You can see all the plants and like the potted ferns and stuff are vibrant with life and growing vividly. Getting everyone together was no small feat and took a small fortune. But this is probably the last time that we'll all be in one place, and, well, I think the last time we all were together was your father's funeral.
Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah, sorry, I'm currently eating.
Okay. As you chew on a biscuit and kind of half choke, drink your tea, dear. Don't choke. That would be embarrassing, wouldn't it?
That's a
Save
good
me
thing.
from...
There's only 2 of us here.
Right, well, that leaves me having to explain it to your friends why they're going to need to bring you back from the dead again within your own home.
Oh, don't worry, I got a thing that does it for us. So,
Oh,
and I showed
that's
her
convenient.
the defibrillator.
Oh, that's fascinating. This looks like the same type of design as Ken's armor system and the little dragons that follow him around. Is this one of his?
Oh yeah.
Kind of like sits down next to you and takes they're about like palm size, they're like 3 inches long, maybe like 2 inches wide, oval shaped, flat bottom, kind of look like a scarab bug. She just weighs it around in her hand. I have a question for you, Aerith.
Yes.
Do you blame me for making you come back the first time? She hands you the defibrillator back. I know you didn't want to, and it took some convincing on my part. If you are, I understand. It was a selfish choice, but I want to know.
Not really. Because I knew it was going to happen sooner or later.
You can see, like, she sighs, and it's one of those, like, the weight on her shoulders lifts. Good. Okay. Good. I'm glad. I didn't want to say goodbye to more family. And, well, no longer need to dwell on that. So, that's what I've been up to. A whole lot of nothing, just healing and recovery. How about you? How are you?
Well, I don't tell her about how we went into the Feywild, how we're planning on going into the Shadowfell, how we went to the Firedale, the Red Dragon, and then, yeah.
Okay. While you spend the next, let's say 3 hours recounting the tale to your mother of your current adventures, because her past 2 weeks has been boring. Yours, not so boring. And more than just 2 weeks, as I believe your last time in Lintier was prior to going into the past, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. We'll flip over to Ken. So Ken, as you walk through the noble district of Lintier, the smell of pine and oak trees filling the air, this gentle breeze kind of twisting at your hair and pulling at Mia's dress. She's latched onto you like a lamprey, like to the point where you kind of have to like occasionally shuffle her around to the other side because your arm starts to go numb. But as you head out into the city, what's your plan for today?
Tail
After you
swinging
see,
in excitement.
yeah, you see Tyrannosaurus Rose in all of their glory, the thorny right arm of the Tyrannosaur and the black splotch along the top of its scales along the like right side of their forehead. A dead giveaway that that's definitely Rose. As you see them run down the street, you kind of like hurry out to the turn and watch them down the road as you see guards raise their hands and tell them to stop, and Theron on their back shouts out that they need to open the gate. This is official Zatara estate business. They do not open the gate in time. Instead, Tyrannosaurus Rose leaps and clears the 15-foot tall stone gate, slamming down on the opposite side and running into the woods. You look at
You know what? Nope. Nope.
they look like they're having fun.
Yep. Yep. Exactly that. And nothing's broken yet, so I'm
Yet.
gonna consider that a win. And we're just gonna continue on our date.
Yes.
As he says that, he's gonna quickly tap. Oh dear. I don't have loose funds for food and gifts and other things. I guess he'll look around to find like a citizen and ask for directions to the bank.
Okay. Roll me a persuasion check.
Oh dear. Yep.
You're so good at.
You-
Oh, never mind.
You see across the street an older elfin woman. Her jaw dropped and her eyes just like locked on the gate, and you walk up to her. You greet her. She kind of like shakes her head. You ask her where the bank. What? Sorry, Sonny. Did you see the dragon? What? What? That's unfortunately what you get out of her.
I guess I'll just.
You also look like a dragon. Oh god, no.
That's actually very true. She looks and goes, there's dragons everywhere! Ah! She turns and like toddles back into her house, and the door slams. Mia smiles and goes, she was funny.
Yeah. Okay.
She roll me investigation.
Better.
Better. You shake your head at that and kind of look around. You see other elves out and about, but you're not entirely. You're kind of shell shocked at the moment, and you walk instead just down towards the Grand Fountain Square. And I'm actually going to move myself over to this city map that you guys are on so I can see the same thing now that I don't need to be on that one anymore. And as you get closer, you kind of like look around and you see in the distance down here this big kind of conglomeration of buildings. One of them is a temple, and then you also see here, or see the smaller of the two, the closer one, is a building labeled Lintier Banking and Trust.
Found it. All right.
Okay.
Let's head on over and take care of business real quick, and then we can get the fun started proper.
Sounds good. You guys walk in. The building is stuffy and very quiet, serious is kind of like the adjectives I would give it. That like it lacks the feeling of life that the city has, the rest of the city has. And as you step in, you are greeted by an older elven man. Greetings. How may we help you today? He kind of looks between the two of you. You can see there's a bit of hesitation in his mannerisms.
Good morning, sir. Um, we're here visiting today, visiting family friends, and I realized I didn't have any loose funds, if that's the proper term. If there's any, I was hoping to speak with someone in regards to possibly doing a trade, like
Alone.
if that, no, not alone, not alone, absolutely not alone. I'm done with loans. Anyway, that's not Kent. That's me talking.
Yeah, right.
But yes, I have there's a word for it, like a exchange. Exchange. There we go.
I see. I mean, if you have trinkets or bubbles, the Grand Fountain Square is the best place to sell such things.
So about that, he like looks around, like how crowded is this bank?
Not crowded, and at this point, as he sees your hesitation, he'll come, join me at my desk. We can talk further there. Roll me a charisma check with advantage, as Mia is going to give you advantage in all charisma-based things here. It's going to be her mechanical benefit.
Thank you,
She
sweetie.
just looks so cute. He kind of like looks you up and down. He sees the little dragonlings running around behind you. He sees Mia. You see him kind of like clock a few things. The scripture on her dress, her staff. He sees the dragonlings, the belt that you kind of still wear around your waist that's made of a similar material. He seems to be assessing you as a potential client. Come and join me at my desk. Let's talk a little bit more there. And he'll bring you back into a small little windowed office, where he closes the door behind him and sits down in a leather chair behind the desk and indicates for you to sit down opposite to him. So, an exchange. What are you looking to exchange today? If it couldn't be sold within the market, it must be something inherently valuable.
Yes, valuable is the apt.
Term.
Yeah, will be the apt descriptor for what I have. So I'm an adventurer by trade. We've been doing this for a couple of months now. We during our travels we came across a thing that we had to engage and neutralize, and it left a absorbent amount of capital, let's say. And you know what? I won't bore you with, because he immediately remembers Rose roasting him for not being able to like tell stories, like embellishing stories. He's just like brass tacks, all data, no fluff. So he's just like, you know what? I'm not even gonna bore you with the details. And he just opens up his bag and pulls out one of the platinum ingots.
Interesting. He takes it from you, kind of moves it. One moment. Takes out a small circle of glass, puts it up over his eye, and looks at it. Takes out a little bit of like some small metal tools and like taps on the side of it on one of the corners. This is pure platinum. It was the platinum one you gave him, right?
Yep.
Oh.
Because we talked about him having two instead of the one.
Yeah. Where did you? You said you fought something.
An ancient red dragon.
Necrotic red dragon.
Potato, potato.
Roll me another persuasion check with advantage.
With a plus 10
Flash
bonus. No,
genius?
I'm kidding.
Flash genius. Might as well
Okay.
use him.
Go for it. Okay, 16. All right. Let's see. He nods. Ancient red. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. He looks back down at it. Is this the dragon's symbol? Where did it?
So, as we've completed our mission in the locale where we engaged the red dragon, as I said, we found his hoard. We had to come up with a way to indicate who found the materials in case we sent it back to our home base and someone decided to get a little greedy. So I use the spell called Fabricate to mark the ingots. That'll be my logo, technically.
So what? Okay. You destroyed previous coins?
No, they were. We were in the. He
Red
Red
fire.
God.
yeah, Red Dragon, I guess, in a weird thought of making sure his hoard is secured and wouldn't be touched by adventurers, melted it all down in a pit. So I used
see.
Fabricate to pull the liquid precious metals out of said pit and solidified them
Wait.
into ingots.
I see. Only one more persuasion check with advantage.
It's like I'm not lying. I'm just being
No, I know.
like I understand. Like this guy hearing that this weird dragon man. It's like, hey, we just like fought an ancient red and just bringing back some platinum ingots for exchange.
A little
Yeah,
out there.
he's a little skeptical. Yeah, I get
Mhm.
it.
Okay.
Let's go, baby.
Hey.
That was very good. Okay. Well. Alright. Let's weigh how much is in this. Figure out what we can do. There is a bit of a commission
He
with yes. But we can discuss that once we are looking at the full amount here. And he turns around and kind of like takes out a scale and a set of weights, and he puts it down, and he puts the ingot down on one side, and the scale goes down. And he looks over and nods. Yes, that's what I expected. Takes out his weights and starts to weigh out 20 ounces, 40 ounces. He gets that fifth 20-ounce weight on there, and the ingot isn't very big. I mean, they're like, because in order for me to make the math easier, I made them a uniform. Every ingot's worth 100 of their relevant coins, and so in order for platinum to make 100 1-ounce coins, it's 100 ounces. But 1 ounce of platinum is not very big. It would be about a tenth of an inch thick and about an inch in diameter. Kind of like looks around, looks back at you. This is exactly 100 ounces of platinum. So the exchange rate normally be 1,000 gold pieces for the pure cost of the ingot. We take a 20% commissioning fee, so I could offer you 800 gold pieces in Lintia currency right here, right now. Mia looks at you. Is that good?
Lentir currency, not the general gold exchange, not the general
So
gold trade.
you know that every city-state has their own currency, but they're a standardized size. Every gold coin's the same, but the gold coins that come out of Boulder Gates Mint look different than the ones that come out of Lintier's Mint. But they're all the same size, and being part of the coalition of the Sword Coast standardizes the currency so that it's kind of like the European Union, you know?
Right.
And yeah,
So I could use this when I go back
Anywhere.
to.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Okay. Perfectly fine.
very well. All right,
Beautiful
let's
exchange
go
rate.
ahead. And do you need a note of credit, or would you like coin?
Coins. Coins should be fine. I think I got plenty of space in my bag. Hold it though. Hold it all.
Very good. Did you want them in platinum coins? I could probably do quarter of it in platinum and the rest in gold.
I think
We don't
platinum
carry a
will. I think platinum would be a little bit
Much.
conspicuous. Yeah. So yeah, just gold. I think gold will be fine.
It does tend to draw a bit of attention. What shall I refer to these as? You said you marked other currency with the same symbol, and if we're going to be trading with it, well, I should at least have something to register it as.
Mhm. So, so this is either going to be first brew. Yeah, are you asking for like who's he's writing out the, I guess the receipt to?
Kinda. It's for his records who he got the ingot from. Like, if the ingot had been sent from Iriabor's bank as a means of paying off a debt, then it would, the ingot would be stored as coming from that bank. But this is an unknown symbol, so this is the first time that you're interacting with a bank with it. So.
Guess yeah, that'd be easiest. Ken Silverlight of First Brood Industries.
Interesting. Right. And is there a city or location associated with this organization?
Well, currently we're homed in Iriabor, but we have plans to relocate to a more permanent location in the near future.
So we'll put Iriabor currently. Okay. Kind of like writes it all down on the scrap of paper, and puts the ingot on it, and like wraps the paper around the ingot, and takes a leather strap out and ties it up. I'll pass this on to our handlers, who will formalize these records with the rest of the city-states. Let me get you your money. He turns around, heads back to a locked wall, takes out a key, pulls out a drawer, and takes out 2 small baggies of gold, opens up one of them, and takes out a handful of coins. 800 gold pieces. There you go.
Thank you much.
All right. Well, if there's ever any more business you would like done, please come and find us. You know where we're at.
Well, thank you very much. I'll definitely keep you in mind. But don't mean to be rude, but I have a date that I've promised this beautiful woman beside me, so we're gonna go take care of that now.
Very good. Very good. Enjoy your afternoon. You stand up. He stands up with you, gives you like a little bit of a bow, shakes your hand. Mia bounces in place as you leave. He seemed nice. Okay, so we have money. Where are we going next? What's the plan today?
Yes, Ken, what is the plan?
Well, I figured if we get some brunch/lunch first, then we can go explore. I know you want to go back to the potion shop again,
Yes, yes.
so we can go there.
Green walls.
To that, just walk around, absorb the scenery.
Green walls.
Yep, that's what it named. That's what I named it. All right. As you head into the city to go about your date, you get some lunch at the small little like tavern that the two of you had eaten at before, head down to the Grand Fountain Square and check out the handcrafted goods here, the homemade potions and tinctures, the herbs and remedies, the small woodworks, and um, interesting, like, living plant sculpture things that they have, all for sale here. Mostly it's mundane stuff. It's, it's more of like a public marketplace. But is there anything that you're looking to purchase? Did you want to buy? I know you had talked about wanting to get trinkets. We'll say lunch was 2 gold for the 2 of you.
Just really something to give Mia to take back to Mechanus.
Roll me.
Souvenirs.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm actually gonna roll some. Okay. You kind of go between a few different shops. You find a few little things, like a wooden bracelet that was beautifully lacquered with this dark stain, so that it looks almost like metal, but when you touch it, you can feel the wood grains still within it. The lacquer kind of causing it to shine and shimmer in the light. You find yourselves in a small shop that Mia kind of like spotted out of the corner of her eye and rushed into, and it's a toy shop. And as you step in, you see small, like, puppets and handheld contraptions, toys and games for kids, and she gets drawn over to a wall with stuffed animals on it and is immediately drawn to an owl. This kind of like portly little fluffy guy that looks like the feathers were actually made with real feathers and were kind of like collected and cleaned and put onto him, and she just like picks him up and squishes him, and it's that like, it's so fluffy moment from Despicable Me. And she just
That's so
insists that
fluffy.
she knows exactly where he belongs and that she needs him. So you get her the stuffed owl, and I'll let Mia decide what she names all of the stuffed owls. You spend your next few hours just kind of enjoying the peace and tranquility of the city as the rest of the party is taking in this relaxing down day. As we now switch over to Rose. You run. You leap over the gate and you feel it just grazing against your toes, and you know you didn't damage it, and it feels great and kind of disappointing because you like to smash things, but at the same time you know that you're not going to get in trouble because you didn't smash anything. You run and you run, and he whoops and hollers and just seems to be having a blast. About an hour passes, and as you start to feel that time coming to a close, you're probably about 2 miles outside the city, somewhere in the woods. What are you doing?
Right before I know it's gonna drop, Rose will. I'm trying to think of the like bodily mechanics of a fucking T-Rex, but they just kind of like duck their head down as low as possible.
Okay.
Because I don't want to drop him from 20 feet in the air.
That's fair.
He's muscle bound.
then-
He's fine.
Yeah, even so, I'm not exactly sure how many hit points he has. Don't know if he's a commoner or not. But yeah, they'll like.
Nothing common about those muscles. Let's be honest.
Maybe I should have made the rest of my siblings very muscular.
Aerith
I mean,
is,
but
like,
it makes
the one
sense
odd
not
man
to.
out. Yeah.
Yeah, so they'll duck down so that he, as soon as the spell starts to drop and fade out, and he will not fall from a high height, at least.
Okay. But you're not going to slow down before. You're going to let it wear off while you're running.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you make me a dexterity saving throw? As you feel it kind of wearing off, you lower yourself down, and there's a bit of like naturalness to this. This is actually how Tyrannosauruses like charged down their prey. They would lower their heads down to being just above the ground, and with those big, huge, massive legs and that long tail streaking behind them to balance it all out, could move still at an incredible speed. And as you kind of lower yourself down, stomping along, you hear from behind you, "Is everything all right?" Kind of shouted through the wind as you feel the magic wear off. You kind of like leap a little bit off the ground. You're not sure if it's a jump or if you were just running and that was just the way that the stride happened. But as you leave the ground, you feel the magic wear off and your whole body shoop, shunk back into normal Rose form. You kind of like twist through the air while Theron loses grip and it's not bad. Kind of hollers a bit like, "Whoa!" You kind of twist
Tuck and
through
roll.
the air, and in like that freeze frame of a moment, you spin through the air, kind of twist and lock eyes with him right before, boom, boom, boom. You kind of like smack into the ground and roll, taking 4 points of bludgeoning damage. He similarly like smacks into the ground, rolls, and the two of you kind of end, your heads next to each other, shoulders like laying in opposite directions. Heads next to each other, his head near your shoulder, your head near his shoulder. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Let me see. I can draw a stick figure. Oop, I am on
Yeah.
fill. I don't need it to be filling.
Ooh.
So,
A
and I'm
void
also on
has
thin
appeared.
apparently. Right? So like this.
Okay.
If you can see.
Okay, yeah.
So you
Yeah,
guys kind of like both slam into the ground and skid, and you slide to that stop. Oh, ow. That hurt.
He has 1 hit point left. See.
You're
No.
right.
If he was a
Hopefully not.
commoner, he would, because he made his save, and I rolled 7 for the damage, so it would have been 3.
Yes.
But he has more than 4 hit points.
Okay.
He's been.
That's good.
If it were Tristina may be unconscious. She's not as hardy, but he and it just like laughs, and you hear him kind of like half pick himself up, and then just nope, lays back down. I'm gonna lay here for a moment.
That's fair. Sorry about that. It does wear off after a minute, or an hour specifically.
I knew it couldn't last forever.
I mean, there's spells for that too. Rose will turn and prop themselves up.
He kind of like does the same thing. He twists and lifts himself up onto his hands and knees, and kind of like plops back down onto his he's like kneeling, sitting on his feet. That was a lot of fun. I haven't felt that alive since I was 50.
Well, apparently you need to go adventuring. It never stops that way. This is the least exciting things have been.
It's about as
Not in a
much
bad way.
excitement as I would want to handle. I live a thrilling enough life, exploring ancient tombs and. No, it's obvious to me that Aerith was the one who needed to follow Dad's footsteps.
Your father was an adventurer.
Kind of like looks at you and he didn't tell you. It wasn't by choice.
Well, Aerith doesn't. I mean, honestly, I guess no offense, don't take it personally, but he doesn't exactly talk about his family a lot. didn't even really know he had a mother until we paid her a visit under certain circumstances.
Kind of like looks back the path that you guys had just run down towards the city. He didn't always have it easy, and well, I can understand him not wanting to share our existence with everybody. We were not the kindest siblings to grow up with, especially being the youngest.
I'm sure that's not true. You give your siblings shit, but you just know that that's life, right?
It's true. It is true. It wasn't always in fun and games, though. Not to Aerith. And we should have been more respectful of that.
Yeah.
It's good to see. It's good to see that he's found his people at last. It looked like he wanted to kill you,
Oh, I'm sure he does.
but I could
And
still
honestly,
see.
I'm surprised he didn't, or at least try to.
The fact that he didn't speaks volumes.
Still on the table.
So, what now?
Hmm.
We must have covered
Well.
5 miles running that fast. It's quite a hike back home now.
Yeah, we'll get there. Dinner's not for another. Rose will pause for a minute and look up at the sky.
Covered in trees.
This is also Ken's special. I have no idea what time it is. I'm sure it's a good time away. Still.
Oh, I'm sure. It's hardly noon by my estimations. We have plenty of time to stroll and enjoy the scenery.
Exactly.
And
Rose will-
other things.
Right? And Rose will scoot forward a little bit, until their knees touch his, and lean forward, put both hands on his legs. Just speaking of dinner, we have time to wine and dine later, but what do you think about dessert before dinner?
Roll me a persuasion check. Powerful there, Theron. Powerful. Okay. Hey, you both rolled really well.
Yeah.
You smile, and he kind of cracks a smile. Are you serious? I thought we were just messing with my brother.
I mean, we are. That just doesn't mean I'm not serious. We can do both.
Kind of sits, he shifts a little bit. He's not moving you away from him, and he's not moving away from you. I mean, we've only just met.
Are we not on the same page here? I thought we were on the same page. I mean, look at you. And Rose will kind of just gesture.
What? Do I have dirt on me or something?
Ha.
I mean, yes. Theron, you have to know what you look like, right?
Kind of tilts his head to the side and narrows his eyes at you. I'm not sure I understand. Wow, that took a bit of a turn.
I really thought we were on the same.
I thought we were messing with
mean-
my brother. I mean, it seemed to really be working.
Yes. I, don't get me wrong. Okay, so this is what I live for. I live to fuck with them. I live for that look on his face and the scandalized Theron, please, from your mother.
It was pretty funny, I will say. And what of tomorrow?
What of it?
He looks around. Normally in elven circles, such times are spent with those that we wish to spend more time with in different ways. What are you looking for?
Uh, I don't know. It's fun, honestly. A break.
I could go for some fun.
That's it.
And like looks you in the eyes, his eyes darting left and right. He leans a little bit in. Just fun.
If as long as that's all you're in for. Sure.
I want to know. You dropped this on me. What do you want out of this?
Look, like I said, I thought with everything back there at the house and playing along, and we were on the same page.
I think we are on adjacent pages.
Right. Okay. Look, you want the full story, the complete everything. Just promise not to be offended, I guess. It really means nothing specifically to you, right?
I suppose.
So I'm here doing this because I promised to fuck around with one of Aerith's brothers. Or sisters. I'm not particular. Because of that. Like, waves a little out in space, like I told you. And it was mostly a joke, but not a joke. Because I planned to carry through.
I see.
But you were the most interesting one there. And I mean, if you're not necessarily into it, there are other options.
I'm not into it. Don't get. Looks around a little bit, and you could tell his ears are starting to get a little bit red. He's just a little bit flushed. Like I said, thought we were just messing with Aerith. But if this is something you are serious about, kind of like leans a little bit further in.
Why not? Where's the harm and fun, right?
Just fun. And as the forest fades to black.
Yeah. Right. As he says that again, Rose will sigh just a little bit. I mean, I can't promise you any more than that. I have rules, boundaries.
No, you misunderstand. I'm not looking for more. I want to make sure that those limitations are acceptable.
Okay, good. Same page.
There we go.
There we go. Rose just grins and will push forward.
As you push forward and knock him over, camera pans out through the canopy, birds fly away, fade to black. Can I have all of the Wanderers roll me wisdom saving throws, please? Except for Rose. You don't need to.
We're
I'm
about to be
rolling for Aureus.
traumatized. I like how you're just like, oh, the canopy of the trees fades away, and then the first thing that came to mind was the fucking squirrel from Baldur's Gate 3 and Act 3.
Okay. As you sit and kind of recount these conversations with or these adventures in the last couple weeks with your mom, Aerith, there's a ping in your mind, like somebody grabbing you by the shoulder and pulling you, and for a moment you find yourself somewhere else. The image of the woods. You shake your head. Could have swore you saw your brother.
What
But you
the
kind of like think
hell?
about it, and nothing else. Something similar happens to you, Ken, while you are enjoying your afternoon's lunch with Mia, having just wrapped up eating. You're kind of like waiting for the bill to show up and finishing the last of your drinks. Your consciousness slips for a second, and for just a moment, you're in the woods, and you can see just the faintest vision of Theron. Unfortunately for Eothos,
Oh no, see, this is perfect because Edos is gonna send something back. He's gonna
unfortunately for
send back
Rose,
he's gonna send back the image of Taz and Thorn watching proudly.
you find yourselves
Slow golf clap in the background.
hell yes, as you stand here in the Grand Fountain Square, kind of looking over the little like knickknacks and just immersing yourselves in the elven culture. You feel your consciousness entirely pulled away. You are in the woods. You do see Theron and not faded to black in this moment. And as Eodos understands what has happened, you use that same connection to pull the old Uno reverse card. And Rose, as the afternoon's activities grow in tempo and intensity, find your mind drifting, slipping, and then for a moment you open it and you swear you see. You open your eyes, you swear you can see past Theron, still on the path. You guys had kind of like moved off the path and into the brush and cleared a little bit of a space, thrown down a cloak, made room. But you see Taz and Thorn giving you a slow golf clap, and Thorn's got like 2 thumbs up going, yeah.
What the fuck?
They stay there for a few moments. You shake your head. They're there for just longer than would be like annoying. It starts to get annoying, and then they fade out as the collective dissolves itself apart again. But in the heat of that moment, love, oh love. Okay. So as we reach early evening here within Lintier, the afternoon's dates and festivities having filled and relaxed, Ken and Mia, you finish your shopping. What are you doing after shopping?
Can I do some quick mental math on Fina's request?
Roll me an intelligence check. As you
I'm in charge
Thinking
of my
about-
puzzler's wit ring.
Okay.
Thinking about other girls during your date.
Add up. Like you're one to talk.
As you head down to the lake and kind of like sit down on the shore of it, Mia sitting next to you. You guys just sort of sit and stare out the boats as they drift along lazily. She kind of like rests her head on your shoulder, and you feel her breathing get shallower and longer. She falls asleep, just curled up, like sitting right next to you. You stare out at the water and use the ripples to kind of make a mental slate that you can write your plans and ideas out on. It's going to be harder, and it might not be able to transform without it being a rapier. But you make some good starts on how you can modify Fina's weapon to be closer to what Aerith uses, offering that same functionality. As the sun sets around 7:30, you both start to get hungry. Head back to the Zatara estate for dinner. Was there anything else you wanted to do before dinner with the Zatara?
Nothing I know. He'll probably like crack a joke at Mia. They'll laugh, and then he'll just princess carry her back to the house.
Okay. You joke, tell stories. She tells you about her favorite Modrons within Mechanus, and she tells you about we've been working on something, and I have a surprise for you, but we have to wait till after dinner, and then I show you, okay?
Uh-oh. Okay.
Okay.
Sounds interesting.
She kind of like huggles into the stuffed owl. Yeah. All excited.
Very well. I shall be waiting in anticipation.
She just grins. Back in the manor, Aerith, you finish up your stories of your adventures with your mother. You've been to so many places in the last. It's impressive. I've only ever heard of the Dale Lands from you all and from legend and that little glimpse I had of the Earth one. I know that you've been through a whole nother one. That's incredible.
Yeah, not really sure what all this teleporting is doing to us on a deeper
What do you
level.
mean? Fine.
But it should be fine.
All the arcane scholars have looked into possible illnesses and mishaps, and I mean, occasionally it can be that the teleport doesn't arrive correctly, but that's the only risk I really know about using them. Sounds like your bus driver has enough power and control to hopefully keep you going.
Hopefully. Unless we take detours
Yes.
like this. Again.
Come now, Aerith. It hasn't been so bad being home now, has it?
I guess not. But I definitely have something to deal with later tonight.
What are you going to do?
I don't know.
What do you want to do?
I don't know. So unless you have
Better
some
figure it out.
great motherly advice, I'm going in blind.
It's been, 20, 30 years since the two of you were together?
Yeah.
Is there anything you want? Have you even thought of him recently?
Once, but that was mainly just telling the story.
Then I suppose going in blind is the best. You don't have any want, and it sounds like from what your companion said that he just wants to talk. Do you want to hear what he has to say?
I,
Because if you don't need to go. I would not think any less of you. I know how hard that was when he left for training. I know how hard it hurt you. And I know it took a while. And if you don't want to rip open those old wounds for the peace of some, let's face it, stranger, that's understandable. But you two did share something, and if you're curious, you owe it to yourself to answer that question. But only yourself.
Why do you give such great motherly advice?
Practice, my dear Aerith. Practice. She kind of like reaches out and brushes the hair out of your face.
Alright. I'll think of something. And Aerith just gets up and heads to his room.
I know you will. I'm gonna go speak to the servants about dinner. She gets up, kind of follows you out of the room in order to go and make those preparations. Get them started at least. Rose and Theron, following your fate to black, lay on a blanket of cloaks and clothing beneath the canopy. The sun dappling light down across both of you. That was something.
Do you want me to post a picture
Forest.
of him shirtless?
If you want to, it's up to you.
Let's see if ChatGPT
Boom.
will create something.
Rose will stretch a little bit and wince and rub at one of their shoulders. Forest floor, not the best, most comfortable backdrop, I gotta say.
No, but even the most rough of easels can portray the most beautiful paintings.
Cute.
And like follows after you and does it like the arm over the head stretch. You see like the muscles in his back pull. Well.
Much better in a bed type situation.
Yes, well.
Make it up to you later.
Later. Alright. Kind of like gives you a bit of a look.
What time is it then?
I honestly have no idea. I'd say probably mid-afternoon. I lost track. That thing with the thing. Distracting.
Did my job right.
Yes.
Gross.
Either way, we should probably.
Do you want to take the long way back or the short way?
I don't mind. There's no. He kind of like looks at the path. It's just the one path. I wouldn't go through the woods. If we leave the path, we'll never find it again.
No, I mean, do you want to take a walk? Or did you want to just be back in town? I could bring us back. I wouldn't mind talking, though.
We can
Didn't
walk and talk if you want.
Yeah, I didn't actually talk that much previously.
No, I kind of had the impression that you couldn't speak as a tyrannosaur.
No. I mean, I can understand you. Don't get me wrong, and I could. No, I don't think I can actually communicate while in that form.
You made like hand motions with the little arms. It was very cute. He pulls his slacks on and gets his boots on, and like throws his shirt over his shoulder. Well, shall we get going then?
Walk and talk. Tell me what you actually do besides dig around old ruins. I was kind of paying attention.
I dig around old ruins. It's
Fun.
Did you know what archaeology is?
I'm going to be completely honest, but not really, no.
Our world is but one of many civilizations. Our people, elves, humans, he kind of like motions to you, dwarves, halflings.
Otherwise.
He doesn't know.
Yeah, Rose will just give a little smile, just otherwise.
Right. We've been around for a lot longer than the calendars say. Some scholars estimate 3,000 to 5,000 years. Some say it could be more like 50 to 100,000 years. Some say we've been here even longer. And through all of that time, we've done what we do. We've made things, built things, carved places for our people and for ourselves. But civilizations fall. People die. Nations destroy nations, trample over the remnants of the people that came before. And those people get forgotten.
Sure do.
They don't have to be forgotten. And what I do, I look through the dirt, and the dust, and the footprints, and I dig and dig and dig with my companions. And we find pieces, shards of that old civilization. Put it together, try to view it through the lens of our life. To understand who these people were, the world they came from. Maybe offer insights to where we're going. Warnings.
Right. Wow. Rose kind of just like puts their arms up behind their head as they walk and looks up into the canopy. Hopefully there's a continuation after all this.
Yeah. And keeps on spinning. Always has. I hope we'll be there to see it. The trampled shards, the dirt.
I mean, but as an elf, you live a long time anyways. I mean, just in regards to like lifespan and humans, and I mean, you were around for some of this that I guess they would consider to be older, right? I don't know what kind of,
How old do you think elves get?
I don't know, couple thousand, right?
No. No, our lifespan's around 5 years. There are none living today who know the world before our calendar. The world of the Spellplague, of the Gods' War, the civilizations before, the flying cities.
How long ago was that?
We're not entirely sure. We run off of historical records and to about 1500 years ago, we know roughly what's happened, but the time before then is enshadowed. It is known as the Spell Plague. It's a time when our ceased, or was near unreachable, and the gods and their faithful waged war across the face of our world. Civilization as it was did not survive that, and who we are now, these cities, were built on those scars, have some remnants of it. Lintier has hints of the world that came before, in the deeper, older places like the palace. And the trees, kind of like looks out and reaches his hand out to brush along a particularly thick trunk that's probably 30 feet thick. And the trees have been here since long before. But they hold their secrets. Keep them tight to their bark.
Well, unless you can talk to them, I suppose.
Talking to the trees. I wonder what they would say. I wonder what they would say today.
I feel like they'd just be angry at humanity. I feel like we use nature a lot more than I think that they'd be happy with.
I hope these trees at least can appreciate that we've tried to take care of them.
It's true.
But no, I'm only about 250. I have not lived that long. Long enough to see conflicts rise and fall. To know what it means to lose. But
it's just hard to conceptualize, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I'm sure you can tell I'm not exactly a history buff. Like, I know some of the more important things, but I don't know. I guess I'm more interested in the now.
that's fair. We need to have people focused on the now. Otherwise, we'll all get lost digging through dirt. And we need to have people focused on the future. So we don't get stuck now.
Future's hard too.
Indeed. So, that's what I do. What do you do? And tell me. More curious.
Hmm.
Tell me about Aerith.
I mean, he is one of the closest people I am to at the moment, I suppose. Not in terms of, well, in both the terms of people that I've been with the longest, which feels like forever, and ones that I know the most about. I mean, he's interesting, I guess. He doesn't seem to know what he wants.
Don't call me out like that.
That does sound
You
like
said-
our Aerith.
Right, you said he was interested in, or, well, I don't know. I don't know who he was before this. He doesn't talk about it a lot.
He was always trying to make people laugh and smile. He didn't like to see frowns and sad faces. He wanted to help people, but didn't want to have to fight. The hard days were hard for him, and I think he wanted to find an easier path.
Oh, well, he sure didn't choose it.
No. No. When Mother told us that he had died, I didn't believe it. And I didn't believe that Aerith would have put himself into a situation would have died. It was so against my worldview. It was like someone told me that the sun had risen and it was rainbow colored and sparkly.
Yeah. It was. It's been hard. And it was back when we couldn't just fix it.
She said she had to convince him.
He told us no when we tried. We had an ally reach out, try to bring him back. He declined.
You guys
hurt.
walked for a few moments, just silent. That sounds more like Aerith. But the young man I saw today, the young elf, that was not the brother I had seen in my mind. He's scarred, weathered. Question his hands are maybe even tougher than mine now. He never knew where he belonged. Amongst the elves, we never felt like he had a place here. But to see your group, tiefling, human, dragonborn, it makes much more sense that he finds his people elsewhere.
Right. I mean, I guess that's kind of what I'm afraid of, is that he still feels that way, even though we've been through so many things together. I don't know if he still knows that he belongs with us.
We never do until the people that want us there tell us.
I try to. What do you think I do all this stuff for?
Kind of like looks around. What do you mean all this stuff?
I mean, if I didn't care more about him than anyone else, do you think I would have put together this plan to get under his skin, to bother him? If it was some stranger, I wouldn't give a shit.
Harsh.
Tell him
man.
that.
What, like with words?
Yes.
Ugh.
Something I wish I had done when we were growing up, because we all did the same. You know, he makes himself an easy target sometimes, and it's hard to resist. Even now, Leo and Triss have their snide remarks. I wish I had told him when we were growing up how much I loved him as a brother, and how proud I was of whoever he wanted to become.
Did you tell him?
He's my brother. You
Why
tell
the
him.
Fuck what I tell him.
I haven't spoken to him in a decade. You spend so much time. All it would do is open old wounds of our childhood. He needs to hear it from his new family. He should hear it from his new family.
I'm not the best one for the heart-to-heart serious conversations. It's just awkward. I mean, I'm good at talking. That's what I do. But you know,
Being vulnerable.
mm, not my favorite.
Very few people enjoy the feeling. And those that do, well, I question their sanity. But loving people means being allowed to be vulnerable around them. Because you trust that they're not going to seize that up. If you were vulnerable with Aerith, what do you think would be the worst possible thing he could say?
Oh.
And if he said it, would you believe him? Or would you think he's just messing with you the same way we were messing with him? Each
We're
other.
still messing
And
with
I guess
him.
him now, still, yes.
I don't know. I guess if he were to play it off, to dismiss it like he does with a lot of serious things, that would hurt.
That would sting.
Just that's one of the biggest things I think I'm running into lately is when you learn how to lie and deceive, and you get really good at it, and then even when you're trying to be serious, no one believes you anymore.
In the circles I walk in, trust and trustworthiness are important. We need to be able to accept that somebody found a thing under a certain condition in order to make the proper assumptions. If, say, it's buried in a different position, damaged or not damaged, these things all can tell different facets. When an archaeologist lies about their findings, it can create all sorts of hubbub within the community as we try to make this new lie fit with the truths that we have accepted. And when it finally doesn't, and is revealed as a lie, they always are, that archaeologist is no longer an archaeologist. They are just a liar.
Right, but I don't want to be a liar. Even
There's a saying that actions speak louder than words. Trust in the actions, the decisions and the choices that you make. And do everything you can to assure your allies and family that you are truthful with them always. Deceiving Aerith like this, tricking him.
see, that's the problem, is I'm not always, but I'd like to be believed in the couple times that I am.
Did you specifically tell him that you were not taking him to Lintier, or did you just create a situation where you ended up here?
No, I didn't tell him. We just came here.
Then,
I knew he would fight.
then your actions say that, to me, you knew he needed to see his family. You told me your reasoning, and I'm not upset about it at all. No, that was something to write home about, although I would never mortify. But I don't think you did this to him just to make him angry.
Only partially.
So lean into the other side of that. Talk. Maybe apologize for the harsher aspect of something, but let him know that it was done out of love, and that in the end, isn't he happy to have been able to see this at least one more time? Like, I think the last time the whole clan was together was 20, 30 years ago? Oh no. Following Father's funeral.
Right. You said that he was an adventurer.
He kind of got roped into it, not by choice. He was a diplomat, like Mother. They met as ambassadors, and he was stationed in Eltero when the descent happened. Are you familiar with that? Maybe before your time.
Uh, Vaguely. We went to Eltrail once, and they had some sort of beacon they said was to prevent it from happening again.
Yes.
I didn't really understand what.
It's a divine artifact that they half created, half were given during that rebellion. The city of Elturel was dragged into the first layer of the Hells of Avernus. The Queen of Avernus, Zarya, laying ownership to the city.
Sorry.
Yes. Well, Father was stationed there, former knight of the armies of Lintier. He offered his to help the city, and he never made it back. The last we heard, a letter arrived, one of his companions, informing us that he did not survive, and in the end, gave his life to ensure that the city would return.
Hmm.
So, while not intentionally, he's following in his father's footsteps, which just has to seriously upset him.
Aerith or your father?
Aerith. Father would be so proud. But Aerith always had they never saw eye to eye. And he died before Aerith's coming of age, so I'm not sure that they ever will. Or could have.
I mean, if you could bring him back, would you?
He walks for a while. No. No, I would not. Not now. Maybe, perhaps, out of grief. But life and death, we all must be buried at some point.
Yeah. I plan to live forever.
Good luck with that.
Hey, if I had taken my last job offer, let's call it, wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility.
What kind of job offer would give you immortality?
How much do you know about the Feywild?
Not much. It's a reflection of our world where the Fey kind live. If you find your way in there, you quickly try to get out and talk to the denizens as little as possible.
Oh, where's the fun in that?
They
They're pretty
are
nice people.
said to be very tricky, and it's said to be quite easy to get trapped within there. I think I'd rather just stay safe.
I think we're pretty nice people. Rose will grin a little bit and tap the side of their nose.
Kind of like tilts his head. Okay. Doesn't seem to understand. He just sort of like looks at you and furrows his brow and nods. Well, maybe one day I'll make my way there and get a better opinion. But
Let me know. Be happy to play guide.
all right
But-
then. All right. Well, as you and Theron walk back, the rest of the party to their disparate places around the city. I know you said you were just enjoying the sights, Eodos, but is there anything that you thought of you would like to do today?
Nah, nothing in particular.
All right. Then what I will do is we'll go ahead and do a little bit of narrative fast forwarding. Hop us up to dinner time. As Ken and Mia, you enjoy your afternoon, early evening within the city, sitting by the lake. Mia falls asleep, gently snoozes on your shoulder, where you wake her up and carry her back to the estate. Tristina and Leo Valeur come back with each of them carrying a basket of like herbs and fruits and vegetables, and then behind them, as you two are returning, you see two servants carrying what looks like an entire stag on a wooden spit that has been cleaned and is ready to just be roasted.
Oh, okay.
Aerith, you have your conversation with your mom. Kind of turn into your own introspections and think about what you have planned for that night, while Aureus and Nicholas finish their meanderings around the city and return as well to the manor. So, is there anything else you wanted to do, Aerith?
Nope.
Okay. So as a few hours pass, you kind of mill away the time, read, listen to the sounds of the city, enjoy the sights. We now bring ourselves up to dinner time, where around the large dining room table within the Zatara estate, that is, let's see, with 13, 14, it's probably full. You all gather together as Theron and Rose are the last ones to enter in, having to walk back the 5 miles that you ran as a T-Rex. You take your time. You stroll. You walk slowly and enjoy the sights and the sounds. But as the two of you enter, sit down, Tristina looks up at you, Rose, looks over at Theron, looks back at you, Rose. Leo kind of has the same back and forth. And
Rose just gives them both like a wide smile and kind of waves.
let's see. I'm gonna I guess you're probably going to sit at the other head of the table because you're Rose.
Wherever Theron sits, I suppose. We're still hamming it up for Aerith.
Before
Jamming
dinner
it
starts,
up.
Eidos is gonna make a point of slugging Rose in the shoulder and Aerith because he had to see Aerith's brother naked.
That's fair. That is fair. So, as you enter Aerith, out of nowhere, and seemingly for no reason, you get socked in the shoulder by Eidos.
Ow, what?
I had to see your brother naked, he says as he slugs Rose at the
What?
shoulder.
Ha-
You're guilty
Ow.
by association.
what? Nay.
Well, do I have everybody? Do I have everybody?
I guess if he's sitting at the end here, then
Where's
yeah, I'll
Aureus?
sit at the other head of the table.
Well,
If
that's
we
it's
fit.
not technically. And where did Aureus' token go? Did I?
Underneath Nick, I think. Or is that Edis? There's two there.
Yes.
That was Eidos.
Okay, there's
So put
Eidos.
Nick there.
Where
Wow,
did
there's
Aureus go?
so many people.
Yeah, right? They need a bigger table.
Yeah, I mean it's like one of those huge like fancy dining tables, but it's just now.
Not big enough.
Yeah. Let Aureus sit at the other end of the table because I like that.
That's
Servants come in with huge trays that they open up to show the recently roasted elk. There's vegetables and fruits and breads and cheeses all laid out on the table before. And as they kind of like step back to the back wall and hold their hands like half crossed in front of them with the like napkins draped over their left arms, Falna will stand up and kind of just tap the glass. All right. Welcome, everybody. It's been a long time since the table has been this full. It's been even longer since we had so many friends and guests. Just bless this wondrous tree that has kept our family safe for generations. Aerith, she looks down at you. I know this wasn't your plan, but I am beyond happy to see you and to have you here sitting around the table, family again. To see all 6 of your faces. My heart sings. To the new faces and old faces, welcome. Our home is your home. Eat, drink, be merry, rest, feel safe. And like smiles and like just takes a deep breath. I haven't done a toast in a long time. The wanderers of starlight, to Aerith, to the future of our world. She'll raise her glass and then take a sip. The siblings around nod and they clink glasses, repeat, future of our world to Aerith. Little bits, not the whole toast, but they'll kind of like echo it a little bit, clink glasses, take their sips.
Aerith, aren't you going to say anything?
Nope, mother said it all.
You could respond in kind. Thank her for allowing us to enjoy some time in your lovely family estate.
Falna sits down with a half smile and looks over at you, Aerith.
Through love, I'll just like to Aerith, just be polite to your mother. I know that you're not happy about being here, but come on, man.
Aerith gives Rose a look and just replies back, hypocrite.
I have been nothing but polite to your family.
Aerith will stand up and say, "Thank you so much, Mother, for allowing us to stay here. And thank you all to my siblings for being here as well, taking the time away from their busy schedules. And I hope we have a wonderful night tonight."
Each like smile, and as you stand up, they look back and forth, and as you begin the toast, they lock in and they smile, like nod, and Leo is the first one. To a wonderful night. Well said, little brother. And Fina's, yeah, to a wonderful night. Theron's, yes, to a repeating wonderful night. Toasts everything. Falna reaches out and starts serving herself. We'll dig in, everybody. It's not getting any warmer. Enjoy. And the feasting begins, as only feasting within a family of 7. The Zataras, in a varying degree of excitedness, break into food. Theron is just like tearing stuff apart, filling his plate. Leo fills his plate quickly and then kind of sits back. Tristina, slowly, small bits at a time, but probably takes like 3 plates worth of food. Fina does the same, but she fills her plates. Ravalana mostly just picks at her food, while Vafir follows in Theron's, bleh, too many names, footsteps, and seems just to be adamant about eating as much as he can, as fast as he can. Nick breaks in, and Aureus kind of looks over at Eodos with a, "I saw it too. Look." So, is there anything that you guys wanted to discuss or do over dinner? It could just be small talk, just like you're just filling the air with conversations. Leo can ask Ken more about artificery. But if you guys don't have anything, then I think... Okay.
I thought I had something, but
Right.
It's all good. As dinner wraps up, dessert is served. A flan pudding with fresh syrup, seared and creme brulee style, where they light it on fire there at the end. Right. Oh, freshly crisped sugars. Oh, it's so good. It's so yummy.
You're just making yourselves hungry, jeez.
Yeah. Falna stands up, kind of puts a napkin to her mouth. This has been very lovely, and I thank you all for joining me for dinner tonight. I am going to retire to my room now, as my day has been very full, but it has been wonderful speaking with all of you, catching up, meeting new faces. Please, if you are leaving tomorrow, say goodbye. Looks over at Aerith. Though if you must run, I understand. And above all else, be safe out there. All right?
I'll do my best.
Hand on your shoulder. Squeezes it. I know you will.
And don't worry, we'll be here at least until tomorrow.
Good. Well, then tomorrow it is. Have a good night, all. She walks kind of behind Aerith. She puts her hands one on each shoulder, leans in, and just in your ear, she just whispers, "It's your choice. And I'm proud of you no matter what you make." Kisses you on the cheek. Kind of walks by Ravalana and her hair. "Good night, everybody." Waves ceremoniously out the door. So, because I know we're all so curious. Is there anything else that you guys want to be doing this evening? As it's now about 9 o'clock. Dinner went for a couple hours. The rest of the family's going to be breaking away. Yeah.
I was about to say, I'm curious what Mia was talking about earlier.
Oh, right.
Oh
Yes.
my god.
She stands up. And it goes, "Good night, everybody." Okay, Ken. Let's go.
Hi.
He like legit like looks around, like looks like everyone like one by one is like, "Good night, everybody," and then he just starts like.
Sounds like you have plans.
She
Apparently.
turns her. Where are we sleeping? Is it the same guest room we slept in last time here? And Leo looks. Yes, I believe the guest room is still available, though we had to 2 of the beds. So there's only 1 bed in there right now.
Ken immediately looks to Rose. Can I please have the key? More
Do
room.
you need it?
Oh my god.
Depending.
We'll need it in an hour.
Fine, but you promise that I get to hold on to it,
Yes.
right?
We've discussed this.
I know, but I never know when plans change.
Until I say otherwise. Well, no, that sounds rude. No changes made. Yes.
Uh-huh. Fine. Sure, I'll find somewhere to sleep tonight.
Now, are you giving him the key or are you opening the door?
I will.
First
I'll
things
give Ken the
let's-
key, I guess.
I was about to say, let's figure out what Mia's needing first, because she did say we might need it in an hour.
No, we'll need somewhere to go in an hour, but we have an hour.
Right. Okay. Gotcha.
Rose will just shake their head a little bit and toss the key over to Ken.
Giggity.
Okay. She turns around and she like holds her staff into the air, and a word echoes out of her mouth,
Right
that,
here in the dining room.
reverberates off of the wall, and you see a shimmering doorway open up in the wall of the dining room. She turns around and waves to everybody. Bye, everybody! And grabs you by the hand can and pulls you into the demiplane. Then, as she pulls you in, the last time you were in here, it was stuffed filled with just comfy things like blankets and pillows. She basically was just storing as much linens and bedding as she could in here to try to make it comfortable. But as she pulls you into the demiplane, you are met instead with the beautiful colored twinkling lights that seem to just hang around the border of the like suspended fairies blinking in all different colors. To the right as you come in is the biggest damn bed you've ever seen, probably as big as Titania's, kind of tucked into the corner and covered in just thick, comfortable blankets and pillows. There's a bean bag off to one side and rugs laid out on the floor. A small, like, writing table off to the left, and a rack filled with dresses and clothes just as you come in. And on the far end, you can see what looks like 2 wall-mounted shelves that have a series of small animals on them. Look like stuffed animals. And you instantly recognize the fox and the sylvan elk that Mia had met within the Feywild. She's been hard at work on the demiplane.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my
She tur-
god.
She turns around and smiles big and brightly, and then reaches into her bag of holding and takes out the owl and runs over here and sets him down next to the lunar fox and kind of pets it on the head. Okay, now you two be friends. Turns around. What do you think?
Mia, I am speechless. Well, not speechless, but you did this. All you.
Nick and Stir helped, but I designed everything. They just helped me kind of pull it all together. And the Modrons, they helped us get things. And like the bed and the shelves and this table. Um, but yeah, I mean, she kind of just like walks into the middle of the room. This is our room, right? I wanted to make it special.
This is perfection, Mia.
Just smiles like ear to ear, her eyes like almost entirely closing 'cause she's grinning so broadly. Okay, you've got an hour. Let's make the best of it. She wraps her arms around you and pulls you over to the big comfy bed.
Okay.
Everybody sees the door shaking. No, I'm kidding.
The door, Pen gets pulled through the door slams shut, and as it does, there's a sign out front that just like pops into out of nowhere and it just says, "Do not disturb."
In the dining room.
She didn't know where to go. She was just like, "Oh, well, if we're opening the mansion, then..." As the two of them head into the demiplane, Leo looks over at Triss. They are very cute, aren't they? Ah, to be young. Stands up. Well, it was very nice meeting all of you. I too am going to retire for the evening.
Wait, before you go,
Yes.
I was going to invite whoever was interested. If you have somewhere to sit, talk, drink. Nightcap.
Mother's Lounge is as good a place as any. Why? Did you want to discuss something?
Just haven't had a whole lot of time to talk with the rest of the family yet.
Haven't had enough time to talk to Theron yet either, have you? Christina kind of says under her voice and then takes a sip and then smiles at Theron, who's just looking like, really? Really? I can smell her. Theron just kind of like shoulders Christina. A nightcap sounds lovely. Why don't we retire? Turns around to the servants. Would you mind bringing 2 of Mother's bottles of wine up to the study, as well as enough glasses for all of us that remain? That way, anybody who wishes to join us may. Kind of like takes a breath and looks between Tristina and
Rose just gives her a still like a very friendly on the surface, but grin.
All right. Afir. Well, I'm not one to pass up a nightcap, so I'm sure I'll join you. Fina. Why not? I gotta kill at least a few more hours before I turn into trance or I'll mess up my sleep schedule, so... drinks it is. Leo shrugs. Drinks it is. Rava kind of just turns into herself a little bit. And as the 5 or 6 of you kind of stream out, I don't know what to do with Aureus and Nick. Let's leave them here, talking to each other. That's fun.
Right.
Eidos, what are you doing?
Edo's probably go with Rose and the rest of the family because he doesn't know what Eric's plan is, but he doesn't want to intrude on potentially talking to Zach. So
Okay. As Eidos stands
Also-
up.
Sorry. It's just
Okay.
as they head out and Rose just leans into Theron and whispers in his ear, just, how hard do you think it would be to get all of your siblings drunk?
How drunk?
Drunk.
Difficult.
Want to bet for it?
He takes like a breath through his nose. No, don't feel like betting with my family's health, but if you're trying to get them to loosen up, I suggest go for it. But it feels wrong to bet on that.
Doesn't have to be monetary.
Bet on it, bet on it. Sorry.
What do you suggest then?
Well, what are the rules exactly?
This is your
Do I
game.
win? I win if they get drunk.
At this point, I think you guys stop like in the stairway, and Eidos like walks by you as you say that. Theron kind of looks at him and then looks back at you. I don't know what. I thought we were just gonna go have a conversation. Like, what do you want? What is your end goal here? Are you trying to sleep with the whole family? Because I'm telling you right now, that would
No.
be really weird for me.
No. I'm not looking to sleep with anybody else. I just. What's funnier than making a whole bunch of uptight people just relax?
And let's just do that. Let's just get them to relax. Come. Doesn't need to be a competition. We can work together at this.
Fine. I was just gonna say, like, if I win and they all get drunk, you do whatever I want. And if they don't, I guess I'll do whatever you want.
But then I have to work against you. Or simply submit.
That's fun too.
He just smirks, turns, and walks up the stairway. Aerith. As the rest of the group streams out, you watch as Ken and Mia get pulled into the demi-plane because they hadn't been together in like a week. And, yeah. Ravi kind of like fiddles with the last of her flan pudding. And Aerith, so I've been looking around in that library that you showed me. Where did you get that?
I forgot. Where did Aerith get it?
That's fine, because I forgot to. Roll me an intelligence check, because one of us
God.
didn't. And
It wasn't from the Feywild. It was...
wasn't it?
Was it?
Yeah, didn't we get that instead of the ornithopter?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hold on. I used a
At least
charge.
somebody remembered.
Okay. Well, two of you did. As Ken also remembered earlier when I asked, or when you asked him, because I couldn't remember. Yes, you had purchased it in Astrasalian in the past.
Oh,
within the
that's
Feywild.
right. I will tell her that I got it from the Feywild.
I see. Aerith, that place is very dangerous. There are tomes in there that only exist within Candlekeep. There are treatises that have been banned, all public access. Things that could spill disaster. There are studies written not a week ago in there. What is that place?
It's just a font of knowledge. Everything that's ever been written. All in one place. Why do you think I've been carrying it?
And you don't... Do you understand how dangerous that is?
Of course I do.
Okay. Then I have a request for you, and I don't think you're going to like it, but I know it's important to you now. Will you give the key to me so that I may bring it to Candlekeep and protect it?
Not right now.
Kind of
Immediate.
That was so sudden.
Right?
Absolutely not. I respect it, though. That's a power move.
I
Nah.
understand. It's very useful, but you must understand the risk. You put yourself in danger every day, and if somebody with ill intent got their hands on that key, Aerith, the knowledge in there could destroy everything.
Rava, I'm currently fighting a cult that's trying to destroy the entire multiverse of reality. Pretty sure I'm the safest person this key is going to stay with.
It cannot be safer than the cloister at Candlekeep. This is literally what we have been sworn to do. Protect knowledge, to keep it from dangerous hands. And there are tomes in there that should not be accessible to any. I have found everything I have looked for. Every book that has been banned and forbidden.
Did you forget that Mother was kidnapped while living here in Lintier? And how apparently somebody was trying to destroy this entire town? So imagine my lack of... what's the word? Enthusiasm of leaving the key in one place.
Candlekeep is different. You don't understand. You've been there, but just to make it past the walls must be. These things happen because this is. People come and go freely. You're tired of strange companions showed up here, bypassing all security. I agree. Lintier is not safe. Take the key tonight, and I would go to Candlekeep and leave it with the monks.
No.
Is it just you?
No, I'm...
It has been happening for me,
yeah.
It did a tiny bit like a minute ago.
but I just assumed it was because it was like stolen like a motherfucker here.
Right.
Okay, it could be
Yeah.
Discord then. It could also just be that Rava has a very soft... might not be hearing my...
No, it keeps
Fuck.
cutting out even in that sense.
It did it just then, yeah. Like
Yeah.
almost drive a point home.
Okay.
Yeah, I just didn't know if it was my headset acting up or if it was something else going on.
It's not like a steady thing though. It's not like the whole time you've been talking it's been cutting in and out. It just randomly starts or stops. At least on my end.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll keep my eye on it, and if it gets worse, let me know, and I'll try.
Look, I appreciate the caution and how scared you are of this, but like I said, right now the key is safest with me and my friends.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Where's my persuasion?
Fight your sister, Eris.
Yeah, right now. Right here, right now.
Ah, ha, ha, ha,
Hey.
ha.
She closes her eyes, and you can tell that there's an obvious pain like across her face. She shakes her head side to side. Okay. I trust you. She kind of lifts her head, matches your gaze. But when all of this is done, please let me protect it. Let us bury that key at Candlekeep where the cloister and the monks can use it to help. And we can protect it.
I'll
At least think about it. Thank you. kind of like stands up. Well, that was all I had to say. Thank you for letting me explore the archive.
Of course. Gotta make sure everyone is well taken care of. And I know you don't really like social interactions a whole lot.
No. No. I find people be a little difficult. Have a good night, Aerith.
You too.
Takes like a half step back and sighs and then turns and walks out the door, leaving you in the dining room.
Wait, Aerith, quick, ask her what things we should avoid. She could write them down so we don't accidentally stumble into them.
Oh no, the door just closed.
No,
Oh
no, she's
no!
gone. Yeah.
But as she leaves Aerith in the dining room that now has a shimmering doorway, slightly rocking
Yeah,
along the
you might
wall.
not want to be there.
Yeah. The rest of the family sits down in the lounge upstairs. How long do you stay in the room, Aerith? Go to wherever you're going next.
I will stay and finish whatever drink that I have, and once that's done, I will get up and make my way to the meeting place.
Hey.
Gosh.
Okay. You know it's early, right?
Yes, because
Okay.
Aerith needs time to think and contemplate.
He'll probably be there. He's probably been there all day.
Okay. As you sip the last of your drink for about 5-10 minutes, nursing it down, look out the window, the gently glowing city below with candle lights and arcane lights within the noble buildings dancing gently around in the trees. The moon is casting the entire city in this kind of gentle bluish light. And as you look down at your glass and realize that it's empty, steel yourself, stand up, and head out into the city to walk out into the woods. And meanwhile, up in the lounge, the family streams in, sits down. Eidos follows in and sits down. Share a look. A moment passes before Theron comes in with half a grin on his face. Turns around and kind of like holds the door for Rose. Come on in. A minute or so later, the servants come up with wine. Pour out glasses. Leo kind of looks down. Not Mother's best vintage, but probably the best that we'll get away with taking without asking. Joy!
James. And through love, real quick, I'm gonna to Eidos to just please help me get these fuckers as drunk as possible.
Just a mental laugh. Like I'll try. I don't know exactly how to do that, but I got your back. I guess. Do you have a plan? You got something schemed up already, or just winging it?
I'm just winging it.
Theron takes a sip of the wine. It was a good year. Is this, Baldur's Gate? No, this vintage is from Daggerford. Ah. A moment passes while the two of you communicate mentally. Tristina. So, how was your... Theron? Have fun? Theron. Yes, I did, actually. I rode a dinosaur. Something you do every day. Oh, we saw. Looks over at Rose. I assume that was you.
Of course. Tips their glass a little bit to her with a smile. And that's not the only thing I can turn into.
Why did that both come off as a promise and a threat? How did you do
It's just
that?
Rose.
So, Rose, tell us about
Mm.
yourself.
Just
Two
in
truths
general.
and a lie. No, I'm kidding.
Do you have any specifics, or are we going into our entire life story here?
I'm always curious what the first thing they share about themselves is when asked.
I have to put on a good presentation, don't I?
Don't feel the need to do anything too.
Don't worry, Ito's puts her hands up. I got it. Did you know that Rose has been inside the spectral stomach of a skeleton man?
Wait. Fina leans forward. Wait. Leo goes, wait. Hold on. Vafir just laughs. Spectral skeletal stomach? Yeah, I gotta hear this. What? Okay, story time. You get your answer later, Triss. What's
Yeah.
going on?
Well, that's easier to think of than who are you? So,
But that's the
uh,
game. She takes like a draft and kind of like sits back in her seat, all dejected.
I'll think of something, don't worry. But
Rolls her
anyways,
eyes
so,
at you.
by this guy, Robert, and Rose will tell that story.
Okay, let's see.
And I guess, like, while they're doing that, if they can, to Eidos, like, see if you can get the servants to serve something stronger.
There are two servants that are just kind of standing at the doorway, like just as you come in. They're standing just perfectly straight back, shoulder, gaze just at nothing, like trained servants.
Okay, Eidos will kind of stand up like, can I use the bathroom real quick? While Rose fills you in on the details.
Sure, the privy will be just across the hall. The servants will deal with the chamber pots.
Alright, then I guess I'll start heading out. Are they just like standing at attention ready?
Mhm.
Then on the way out, Eidos will kind of like very casually gesture to the group that seems. I'm assuming all of them are pretty enraptured and telling them how they, turned into a snake and went down Robert's throat into his ghost stomach. So
Yeah,
they probably
Triss-
won't notice much. And he's gonna just. Do you have something a little stronger? I feel like tonight it's a good night for the family to really bond.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Alright, I don't have Rose's crazy, but I do have advantage, so.
You've got a decent charisma. There you go.
The servant closest to the door kind of turns their head to you, nods, like a middle-aged elven man, very well kept, nods. I believe we have some fine spirits down in the cellar. I can retrieve them. Looks back at the family. You see a smile across his face. I have just the thing. He follows you out of the hallway. He goes downstairs. You go to the. You come back.
I was just laughing.
Okay.
I like how conveniently he was like, yeah, the family's in good spirits. I want to make them happy.
The family doesn't get together very often, and
Right?
you get the feeling he's never seen them all drunk together. This could be funny. 25
Exactly.
persuasion.
My man.
He's gonna head downstairs. You cross the hall to one of like the inner tree rooms. It's like a small 10-foot wide rounded room. Curtains that can be drawn down that has seats that have chamber pots built into them that can be refresh yourself, head back into the lounge area as describing that Robert was once a man, but was a skeleton. And that for all intents and purposes, it seemed like he was still a person. And that as soon as you had like turned into a snake and gone through his mouth, being within the gullet of an actual person, it's just like a really, really strange situation to count. Roll me a charisma check, Rose.
If this story doesn't tell them all they need to know about who Rose is as a person, I don't know what will.
As you enrapture them with the details of what you found, he just comes back in, kind of nods to you, and sits back down in his seat, and Fina leans back and goes, okay. I mean, I understand why you had to know. I get it.
Right?
Did it help knowing? Did it make anything better? I mean, like, he was still a skeleton man, right?
I mean, it definitely showed us that there was something more than just bones.
Wait,
There was something still there.
Leo
Whether
kind
that
of like
is still
leans
there
forward.
anymore, who knows?
Wait, I've heard of this. A man in black armor wielding a glaive, correct?
Rose kind of just sighs a little, just, sounds like him.
There were rumors from some of the travelers I spoke to returning. Dangers on the road, led by such a person. It's not the same person, is it?
It's likely, unfortunately. He was an ally. Was.
Kind of like sits back, finishes his wine. The other servant walks over, refills it. Thank you. I heard that one of the cities was lost to school, I believe. I don't know.
It's not lost. It's under temporary management, I suppose. It's complicated.
Things really went downhill when he found out his son was killed by the cult.
I see. That would have an effect on someone. I can understand. Sorry, it just it connected in my head when you were telling the story that I had thing.
Yeah.
Actually, it would
Honestly.
probably. Go ahead.
No, it's just that honestly, I'm kind of afraid of what he's been up to lately. We haven't had a lot of opportunity to go back and find out.
Afir leans forward. Well, from what I've been able to gather from travelers, it seems like as long as you steer clear of Scornoble, you're fine. Which most of the roads up here don't have to, pass.
They have a clear radius. No more, no less.
Definitely not ideal, though. It's one of the many fires we have to put out at some point. But
And as terrible as it is, it's kind of low on the list. It's a long list.
he's also kind of still, despite doing a lot of messed up stuff, working to stop the cult. So even though we don't want to have to, they could be allies in the inevitable fight against the cult. So we're still kind of hoping we could squash that before it turns into anything serious.
Yeah.
Anything more serious, I guess.
Rose just gives a little bit of a grimace and wavers their hand and takes another big sip.
Needing to make alliances with tasteful people sometimes. My time in the Am has certainly had its effect on. I still endeavor to try to bring them into our alliance. Well, sorry, I didn't mean to. It was a very impressive story. So,
Yeah.
and a tyrannosaur? Is there a limit as to what you mean?
I think so. Bestial by nature, a certain, only as strong as I am, although we've, I think, surpassed that limit at this point.
Stronger than a Tyrannosaurus Rex, an ancient beast.
Right.
That
There
could
aren't
devour
a
our
lot.
people.
There aren't a lot higher than that, as you may be surprised to learn. To be fair, though,
Well,
I have been.
I'm just you. Sorry, I'm not meaning to insult, but you're stronger than such a beast.
Uh, yeah, yeah. Actually, I mean, they're not. They're big. Rose will sit back and take another step. I'm pretty sure were Eidos inclined, you could kill one in one hit. Honestly.
Ina leans forward, looks over at Hiedos. What? One hit?
Yeah, I think Rose is probably right. I might not be the best use of resources, but like if I put a lot of I'm pretty sure I could take it out.
Well, you all are something else.
Right. I thought about my introduction, Trina.
Oh. Then
I am
who are you?
Rose. Rose, wanderer of starlight, bard by trade, adventurer by circumstance, dragon slayer, and king of the Fae.
King of the Fae.
It could have been.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Dragon Slayer, Dragon Lair, it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
Really think about it.
28.
either
God.
or.
A 7 on the die and a 25. That's so crazy.
28.
Are you? I'm sorry. I had presumed that you were half elf. Is that wrong?
Oh, no. The smiles again over their glass and gives her a little bit of a look. I can be whatever you want me to be.
They're kind of like looks around his shoulder as the door opens and the servant walks in carrying a jug. Theron kind of like narrows his eyes as the servant at you. The servant sets down the jug and takes out a stack of small, like, sipping glasses, snifters. Gluk, gluk, gluk. The smell is tangible. Like, it doesn't have much of like a flavor to it. It's mostly like a burning, like, it's almost like moonshine. It's probably a little less distilled than that, but it's pretty
Hell yes.
pretty strong. Tristina looks and goes, Andres, what are you doing? He goes, my dear, we had thought that perhaps something a little stronger for the family would be suited for this night. It is not every day that the five of you are together. Such lovely company. He looks down at Rose and then over at Eodos and Triss
Right.
kind of just like twirls the glass in her hand. When in Rome,
Celebration.
oh, when in Lintier.
Celebrate.
So they'll keep drinking as you drink and talk into the night. Is there anything that you wanted to discuss in particular, or are you just sharing family?
I mean, I guess if they had any specific other questions for Rose or about the Wanderers in general.
Nothing specific jumps to mind. Just trying to think of things from like their perspectives.
Right.
Probably ask where where you'd been, like which cities you'd been to, and you can tell them. Fafir will spend some time telling you never went, as you haven't made it that far north.
Yeah. I think we planned to at some point, but
That's where
never got around to it.
Well, the caravan was on its way to Neverwinter when the dragons attacked.
Right.
Do you tell them about the time within the caravan? The March of Dragons?
Yeah. It's been a long, long time, but
Feels like a lifetime ago.
yeah.
3 months ago.
Yeah.
Actually, 6 months.
It's such
Sorry.
such a short amount of time, but we've done so much shit since then.
Yeah.
As you kind of like talk to them about that, the alcohol is definitely starting to sit in. They're starting to get a little bit like slur their words every now and then, and there's a little wow, that's 2 natural ones and a 2 in that.
Hell
Good
yeah.
job, family.
Perfect.
The night seems to be
See,
going
I'm not
in
the
the
only
direction
one.
you want it to.
Runs in the family.
From within the demiplane, Ken, as you lay the probably most comfortable bed, definitely the biggest bed you've ever slept in, covered in warm furs and blankets, with Mia curled up, like wrapped right up against you with her head resting on. Kind of opens her eyes and blinks. You hear a sigh. It's almost been an hour.
Yeah,
I don't want to have to go.
I know, but it's not like we're heading back to Mechanus after this. We're chilling for a couple of days, so.
You're right. Okay.
And then like he like looks over to like I guess the desk where his clothes and stuff is at, and it's like I do have the key, so.
We can continue this elsewhere.
Okay. So the mansion? She just broadly smiles.
Yeah, let's go check in on the gang, see what they're up to. I guess if there's no room in the main house, we can open up the mansion.
She kind of walks over, pulls her dress on quickly, kind of like brushes it out while you throw on a pair of slacks just to make yourself presentable in the house. I mean, you're but no? Okay, cool. I just wanted to give you a chance to interrupt me.
What?
It
What?
cut out.
Ah,
I've been
nuts.
trying to figure out, like, I don't know if we should just
Yeah.
reset Discord real quick, because,
Yeah,
like,
let me
I've
lock
been
that
trying
down.
my best, but...
Give me 1 second. Okay. See how that goes. But as Mia gets dressed, pulls her dress on over her head, and makes herself presentable, I assume you pull your slacks on and kind of roughly get dressed. I mean, you can sure cock it around the estate if you want, but that was the chuckle I was waiting for. Don't laugh when I said shirt cocking it. It's like, damn,
Oh.
I thought that image would be funny.
No. I'm gonna be presentable.
You gather up everything that you will need. As you know, once this door closes, you can't access it again until tomorrow. And head out into the manor. As you step into the dining room, half the lanterns along the wall are now unlit. It's kind of a half light in the room. You look around, you don't see anyone in here. You step out into the hallway and look up the stairs, and you can hear the voices from above laughing as Rose and Eodos are telling stories with the Zatara clan. Walk up, kind of poke your head in. As you
Hey,
do.
everyone, what's going on?
Oh, we're enjoying drinks and stories of your adventures, as Fina has been into the sauce and was one of the natural ones.
Right? Are you guys done with each other? Join us. Drink.
What stories have we been discussing so far?
There was one about skeleton man and a noodle? A snake. You were the snake. That was right.
Yes.
That's it. Yes, that one.
Eodos really likes that story.
And you said something.
It kind of made us who we are.
Shaped our entire adventure.
It changed the whole trajectory of our life.
As it would. I mean, you were inside of a skeleton man. Leo kind of just like hiccups slightly. Tristina is like sitting back and like one eye is or both her eyes are like half closed and she's like blinking heavily and she shakes her head. Yes, yes, it's right. Not zombies, boats, right. Vafir just laughs. They cannot handle their alcohol at all, can they, Theron? And Theron just smiles over. Does not appear so, brother. We both rolled 16s.
This is amazing. This is everything I wanted.
So, as that goes down before you can, what do you want to do? Mia just looks at you. We can tell them. We can tell them about the potion. Tell them our story.
Get me a drunk.
Please don't. She'll burn the place down. Wild magic everywhere. But actually do it right now. That's going to be hilarious.
Fine.
Sure, it's fine. Sit. Here. And Rose will reach over and take the pitcher and pour you a glass.
Fine.
It's strong. It smells like fire. Okay.
Small sips, dear. Very
Okay.
small sips.
Yeah.
It's fine. Alcohol is supposed to taste gross. Just drink it.
Okay.
That's how you know it's working.
Okay. She takes like a sip and makes like that yucky face for settling in. And now the 9 of you once again filling in this somewhat cramped, though you could just consider it cozy, study lounge area to share stories of the Wanderers of Starlight.
I guess, well, where to begin? I guess we should probably start with how we met initially.
Didn't you find her in a forest?
Well, if I remember correctly, she walked into town from the forest. Chad found her.
Because I was looking for you. Well, not you, but you guys. You and Aerith, and then there was Manon and Lorena and Erodi, and I knew them.
Those are all my favorite people.
They're so cool, right? They're such cool people.
So, yeah, we're coincidentally enough at the guild. I was looking over the ship, and lo and behold, there she goes. There she appeared. It's a little confusing at first, hearing that someone specific that you didn't hear about ever meeting before is looking for you specifically, but you know, we've seen weirder.
Right, so you
Heard
got with a
weirder.
random stalker from the woods.
Shut up. You shut your mouth.
Hey, he. So well, at the beginning, he didn't even like. I don't even think you trusted me at the beginning. You were super suspicious of me.
Yeah, it was a rough time for me mentally. I kind of reverted back to some bad habits of mine. Kind of just
I mean, it's fair though. A
Right?
random person that showed up with no memories, in the woods
Looking
that knew
for
you.
you.
Yeah, it's definitely reasonable to be a little suspicious of that, right?
I think so.
I think so too. I didn't know anything. I knew my name and their names, and that was it. Oh,
Yep.
and magic. I knew magic.
Yep. So we kind of just brought her along initially, and just try to figure out what the deal was. But over time,
Like,
I
like a stray
realized,
kitten.
over time, I realized that, she was good people, very powerful, as well. So I kind of just went forward from there, being teammates initially, and then fast forward to our unfortunate jaunt in the Underdark. Got into a scuffle. Mia was hurt pretty bad. I was panicking. Ran over, shuffled through my bag to grab what I was pretty sure, after a previous inventory check, was a greater healing potion. Turned out Mia slipped something in.
She drugged you.
Thought it would be funny. It was funny. It was going to be funny.
Well, she wanted to drug me, but I ended up pulling out the potion to feed her, so she ended up drugging herself.
She drugged herself. Even
Yeah.
better.
But it just revealed what was already there.
Yeah, a little. Yeah,
I think
mean,
so.
I kind of wanted to. Yeah, I mean, deep down, I wanted it. I wanted something to be there, but I also realized that the life we led was not as kind to allow something like that to happen. So I kept my distance, but you know, the
He
potion
sticks her tongue
happened.
out at that. Yeah.
Yep. I mean, had our first kiss. Yep, soon after that, got back home, discussed things, and we became a couple.
Mhm. I bought that potion here. I actually got it at Greenwall's. That nice gnome man. He he. I think he knew I was going to try to prank somebody with it, but I didn't expect it to go that way. Triss is just like smiling. So you played a trick on him that ended up backfiring on you, that ended up working out for both of you by revealing something that was already there and convincing you to go for it.
What kind of magical ass potion was this, and how much did it cost?
We figured out that it was a filter of love.
Oh, I see.
And you would tell this to Rose why?
Shit.
I don't need a filter of love.
Or the filter of love.
Yeah, I do that shit myself.
Well, that sounds incredible and like quite the story. You said this all happened in the Underdark.
Yeah, weird place for love to blossom, right?
It's
Magically
true.
induced or not. Why does that even exist? For what other purpose other than to like fuck with people?
Does it need more of a purpose? Sometimes it's just fun.
I mean, usually usually things that are made commercially or like they're not made for fucking around.
Let's see. I'm trying to remember what I think his name is Mark. I think I named him Mark Greenwall. Was the owner of Greenwalls. But Rafiro, we'll just like lean forward and shake his hands. That's just Mark's sense of humor. He likes to make potions that can obfuscate the mind or convince others. Normally it's a prank or short-lived, but sometimes it does start other things, and this is going to be one of those few occasions where something that was designed as a joke ended up
Actually worked out.
working out.
Interesting.
I still remember the night that I proposed to her. It's kind of one of those. We found out some things. It was actually after we left the Earthdale. We came back home to unwind for a bit, restock, and I just think we just needed just a day for us. Explored the city, saw some new locales that I really didn't think to explore. We went to a nice small little shop towards the Noble's Quarter. Really nice food, really great service. And then I guess that night, I guess she was putting her stuff away, and then I looked at her, and I guess the last piece of the puzzle just fell into place, and I knew then and there that regardless of the lives we laid, I wanted her to be there forever. And that was the night I proposed to her. I handcrafted the engagement ring, actually. That's how serious I was about her.
Mia holds up her hand and kind of like shows it off, and Theron, who's been listening intently, looks over and smiles. It's very beautiful. Both the story and the ring.
And you guys had known each other 2 weeks at that point?
You know, when you know, you know.
No judgment, just putting the timetable together.
Yeah. You know, it's definitely what's the word I'm looking for? Unorthodox with
Well,
meeting.
yeah, a little unconventional, but
Hey,
that's the kind of lives we live.
yeah, I was just gonna say, it's like you keep saying, regardless of the life we live, you do shit like that, because otherwise you don't get to.
Yes, I can see why it makes sense. Live every day to the fullest you can.
Rose will glance over at Theron.
Smiles. The servants make another round, filling the drinks, and stories continue. As you guys learn about some of the... Aerith, I have a question for you.
Yes.
An embarrassing story from your childhood.
Hell yeah.
Boy.
You guys learned something about the Aerith.
Tristina is going to share one of the stories from your early decades, let's say 30s or 40s.
Gosh. I don't even know.
This is goth phase.
I mean, it could be.
Decided to branch out of rainbows and into just black and white.
Bold of you to
So-
assume he started in rainbows.
I have. Have you ever seen
True.
Aerith in monochrome?
Oh god.
As Tristina starts
Monochrome.
Yes.
Right?
There was a time. He was young. We'd been not making fun of. I suppose he probably thought we were making fun of him. He was always
Probably
very
making
colorful,
fun of him.
and it was always very amusing. And so I guess to try to stop us from doing that, he wore nothing but black and white for a
Ugh.
year. I
A
know.
year.
A year before he realized that it wasn't gonna stop us.
Thanks.
I love that boy. He's something special. Just downs the rest of her glass and holds it out for the servants to fill hers up again. She rolled another natural one. Good job, Tris.
It's all going how Rose.
Yup. Perfect.
So- Well, stories of Aerith's childhood and upbringing are shared, and your own stories of the adventures, the wonders of Starlight are shared. We're going to switch to Aerith, who, knowing that the place where he was going was about 45 minutes walk away, left with 3 hours to spare, just to be sure.
Mhm.
You walk through the city as the people are going about their nightly tasks, conversing quietly on the streets. Pass by some of the street tenders that keep the torch lights lit as they're relighting ones that have blown out. You reach the city gates, and the guards kind of nod to you, recognizing who you are. They open the pedestrian gate, just like it's like a single door that goes through the gate, leading you out into Fairlin. And as part of the city, Lintier is not like a lot of cities where once you're outside the city gates, it's just danger. You know that within this forest you're safe. Mostly no. That little bit with Narendbane kind of upset that innate assurance, but the animals of Fairlin do not offer you any risk. They're not trying to hurt you. There are no predators that stalk these woods that would attack the elves. And even if there were, there's nothing that could stop you. You could handle yourself.
Oh no, a cheetah.
Oh no, a large cat. And I just release my magic as if like an intimidating aura.
Yeah. Runs the fuck away.
Okay.
You walk through the woods, the sticks and grass crunching beneath your feet, the soft sounds of bugs and birds, owls in the night. About 10:15 as you finally approach the clearing. No one there yet. What do you do?
Make a big, release a big sigh of relief. Just
Okay.
like, "Phew, okay, he's not here. I still have time.
The clearing is exactly as you remember it. It's been 3 decades, but the forest doesn't change that much. The trees are a little bit bigger, the overgrowth a little bit thicker. But the spot that you guys had found was this beautiful, hillside spring. This pond about 7 feet wide and only about 2 feet deep, where the water springs up from beneath the ground before it flows into this little creek that just drifts off into the forest. There's a clearing, maybe about 15 feet in diameter, with a tree that fell over centuries ago and is now just covered in moss and is essentially petrified. You head over and sit down on the stump. What do you do?
I just start contemplating, pacing back and forth, trying to think about what to say.
Okay, you go ahead. And this is good enough. I was trying to find a map that matched what I had in my head, and it was impossible. So this one's gonna be close enough. And then I got to go that's not the one. Oh, that's not the one.
Now I'm
What?
starting to wonder if ChatGPT can make such maps. I doubt
I
it.
tried, and it like it just didn't look right. Like the
No.
trees looked like they were made of clumps of vines. It didn't turn out right. So I gave up.
Not quite.
Not quite there.
But let's see. I'm gonna remove the grid here because there isn't actually a grid. I just want to be able to have that. Okay. Just as like a narrative idea as to what it looks like and to have your token on it. So as you like sit down and then get up and go over and pace back and forth, you think about what to say, you think about what Iedos had told you, you think about the conversation you two had the last time you were here. Anything you want to do within about 45 minutes?
Aerith will just like take out his broom of flying and just sit on it and just like levitate and just like instead of just constantly walking around, he's just like floating around the area, just like his new form of pacing.
Okay, you drift back and forth on your broom. Okay, roll me a perception check. Ooh, that was way too small.
Perception. I'm so tiny. Oh god.
Now you're big.
It made oh, dirty 20. Okay. You drift back and forth and back and forth for about 45 minutes before you hear in the distance sticks cracking.
Huh?
You turn towards it, and as you see a hand kind of push through the brush, Zach emerges into the clearing, and the two of you lock eyes for a moment. He like stops in place, and then he smiles. Aerith, you're early.
I had nothing better to do, especially with, you know, all my siblings and now my companions. All in one house.
It must be very crowded. I saw them earlier. I met one of your companions.
Yeah, the scary looking one, right?
He did have a bit of a spooky affectation to him, didn't he? He's a good person, I could tell. He cares about
Yeah.
you.
His appearance is just his preference.
Do you mind? I was going to kind of like motions to the parcel in his hand, and as you look down, he has a basket in his hand with something folded up on the top of it. And then yeah. Probably like 2-3 feet to a side. I had something that I was going to kind of like walks over towards you in the clearing, sets it down, whips out the blanket, puts it down on the ground. I thought maybe some refreshments while we talk would be appropriate. I brought wine and bread, some cheese.
Sure. And I'll just
Wonderful.
pop off my broom and put it in the bag of holding.
Bag of holding and a broom of flying. You've certainly come into a good bit of magic.
This is not even the half of it.
He sits down on the blanket, takes out one of the glasses, and pours himself a glass of wine, sets it down. Would you like a glass?
Sure.
Pours you a glass and hands it to you. Takes a sip. Oh,
Aerith just like looks at it for a moment, like debating whether or not just to swig it all back. Nope, just takes a
he was
sip.
doing the same thing. Yeah.
So,
How have you been?
yeah, how have you been since, you left?
I've
Not
been good.
implying anything.
No, you're right. It was wrong to just leave. I've been good. Life has been busy and fulfilling. My time following Master Rufus has been enlightening, and he has taught me much about myself and this world.
Have you just gone anywhere special?
Mostly escorted caravans, protected travelers between here and Baldur's Gate, Daggerford. That was where I was when we got the message to return to Lintier. That King Melindrock was looking for strong arms to help fight. And, well, Soldier is here to help. So we are here to fight.
Got it. Must be fun.
Fun isn't necessarily the word I would use, but, meaningful. I've at least found purpose with them, and, I'm happy. But coming back to Lintier, being stationed here for more than a few days, I found myself reminiscing and sought you out, only to find that you weren't home, that you had become an adventurer.
Yeah, kinda happened on my travels.
I heard about what happened at your show. He like swirls the glass, takes a sip. I had bought a ticket, I'm not sure if you saw the roster of people who had purchased them, but I had for that night. I thought maybe just seeing you again would, I don't know. But I chickened out. Couldn't go. And then, well,
Kinda
the cult's attacks.
glad you didn't, given the end result of it.
I was glad to hear you made it and survived. I would not have been able to accept that you died, and I could have been there, but I'm sorry.
For what?
Gareth. So many things. I was young and thought maybe if we don't do the hard thing and endure it, that it's less painful. I've learned a lot in 3 decades. I am sorry. I should not have left. I should not have abandoned you. We didn't know what was going to become of us, and I made sure that we never would find out. I thought it was the best way.
So you thought it'd be best to just spare your feelings at the time.
Yours too. I hoped to. I didn't want to hurt you by telling you that I was leaving. It wasn't entirely selfish, but it was self-serving.
It would have been
Maybe.
nice to at least been told, so that we could have talked about it. You know, like a normal couple.
I thought we had talked about our future, and I told you I wanted to join Valandrog's armies, and at least learn their ways. But you wanted to entertain, to be a performer, and I wanted nothing more than for you to follow your dreams. But they lay in two different directions. I didn't see a path where we could walk together, and I wasn't strong enough to forge one myself. And so, yes, I took the easy way out. I ran, turned tail, and didn't think about it again until years later when I saw your name. The great Aerith Zatara, magician. It was like a hammer blow. A message from Lathander to get off my ass and make amends. So I bought a ticket. I chickened out again. And so I found myself back here in Lintier. Stuck, awaiting orders from King, who didn't seem to know when we would be moving out, and I ruminated on bad decisions. I figured you'd be home. I'd heard you'd survived, but I didn't know what became of you after that, and
Well,
you went home.
I mean, I did die, like, twice.
Your friend said that I assume some sort of cleric intervened.
Not the first time.
Well, you're here now, and it gives me this chance to repair, or make the first steps towards that repair. And so, from the bottom of my heart, and with no agenda, I am sorry, Aerith. Truly.
Aerith just puts the glass down and just goes, God, why does looking at you always just make me want to forgive you so easily?
I don't know. It's probably
because
why
I'm
we
hot.
worked. We've had a lot of time to think and to grow. I thought I was going to have time to get all of this straight in my head before. Kind of like looks up at the stars. Whew, it's still today. You know, I spent the whole day telling myself, don't worry, midnight, that's tomorrow. You've got today, you can figure it all out.
Can never figure things out.
I think that's the fun, right? Hard to figure something out alone. To understand it. To see the truth. It wasn't until I really joined Soldier and understood what it meant to see things from others' perspectives that I began to truly understand how you must have felt.
It's just... a lot has happened, and now, you know, seeing my friend Ken with Mia, and then Rose going off with other people, and my brother. It's just
Good for them. I'm not sure how you. That's unfortunate.
it's just
that's awesome. Or I'm sorry for your loss.
it's just looking at them and their relationships and how much they care for each other kept bringing back those feelings that I didn't want to refeel. And there was a time where Rose was just down in the dumps. All because so much has happened to them and something just wasn't going the way they wanted. And I ended up bringing up us, which is not exactly something I would have normally done. And then I started thinking that would it be fine to think about it? Would it be fine to reminisce? To go back to it?
We had good days. Many good days. What did you decide?
I haven't.
Hmm?
I haven't.
In my time, training, fighting, I've met people. I've been with other people and have been loved. It's something that helps keep us steady. To have somebody else. It's easy to judge ourselves. We see all of the horrible things we do as we are us. But when you love somebody and you can see how much they love you in your eye or in their eyes, it makes it easier to forgive yourself of all of those little failings. It took time. It took time. But I look back on our time together with such warm memories. You were the first elf I ever really loved, and thought about spending my life with. And it's hard to move past your first.
Don't I know it? Because you were the first for everything for me.
And make no rush decisions. This all has hit you in 12 hours. Sit with me tonight. Let's eat some bread and cheese. Drink some wine. Look at the stars and tell stories. No expectations. Nothing more than just two friends catching up.
Aerith will just slowly reach out to Zach's hand and then just lean in
For a kiss?
for a
Or
kiss.
to cuddle? Okay. Were you sitting down or were you standing? Because he sat down like crisscross applesauce on the
I was sitting.
blanket. Okay. You reach out your hand, and he takes it and squeezes. You lean over towards him, and he leans in. It's exactly like you remember. The smell, the taste, the feeling of his lips. You feel like you're a child again. You're young again. It's before greenest, before everything. He sighs. We could not talk. Whatever you want, I'm here for.
Aerith will just lean in for her cuddles.
Okay. lean in for a cuddle, and he wraps his arms around you, kind of like leans against you, and if you want, we can just fade to black there. And however you proceed, you can tell your friends in the morning however you want. And I can just ask, how long do you two sit out here tonight?
Probably the whole night.
Okay. All right. Do you trance, or do you just sit up talking with him?
We'll probably trance.
All right. So, while that all goes on, back within the Zatara estate, as Ken and Mia, Eodos, Rose, and the rest of the Zatara clan sit within the lounge room and proceedingly get drunker and drunker. What was your end goal tonight, Rose? As Tristina is now 4 in and is definitely opening up a little bit more. She kind of like shakes her head. Now, come on, you have to have a funny story about Aerith. You have to, like, something juicy and funny. Come on, come on.
I don't know. Come on,
Oh, no.
Discord.
You okay?
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I started talking and it wasn't lighting up.
I think
Okay.
I can hear you now.
Right? But yeah, I am sure we have something that happened. God, if I can't, as a player, remember. Fuck. What did? There has to be something. Mr. Can't ever forget anything. Help me out.
You're all
In
here.
regards.
To funny shit about Aerith, like embarrassing shit. I know there is. We've just done so much in so little time.
I don't really.
No, come on. You have to remember something.
I mean, embarrassing?
Yeah, or
No.
funny, or stupid, or
Okay, out of character. I can't think of shit.
Right? damn it.
You got anything for us, Aerith? Any of your own shenanigans you would like to offer up?
That we did on the adventure?
Right? What stupid things has Aerith done?
Oh, God. Um, other than getting a tattoo? No, I'm kidding.
That's baby stuff.
God, what has Aerith done? Get beaten up by an old man?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess so.
I guess he was like discovering how to go about. He was updating his fighting style and came across a instructor in Erebor. And
He was definitely a sugar daddy.
yeah, apparently the training was pretty rough. We actually spectated some of it off and on. I mean, that's as close as embarrassing as I can think of, anyway.
The only thing I can think of, and this is me, the player, because Enos wasn't there, was the snowboarding stuff. Because
Okay.
him and Ken kind of had a little
Right.
rough
Shit down
time
a
actually.
mountain.
Yeah.
I face planted twice.
But like,
Yeah.
I'm racking my brain trying to come up
Right.
with like, I know there's stuff every one of us has done, but now that like on the spot trying to think
I
of
know.
it, I
It's
cannot
so hard.
pull anything.
Yeah. That was a good one, though.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Yeah, got beaten profoundly by a man probably older than he is, even though he's an elf, and who is definitely his sugar daddy.
Interesting. Well, I suppose it's embarrassing. Not what I'm used to from Marith. It sounds like he's doing quite well. Usually
Mm.
it's... And looks down at her glass and she kind of like blinks. How many of these have I had? 4, my lady. 4. This
don't-
way, just it's far
Don't
too
tell
many.
her.
2, my lady.
Good man.
Psst. Leo looks over at her. Come on, Triss. When are we gonna be able to drink like this together? We're on opposite sides of this damn country.
Right. And this is the best
Right.
side of you I've seen all night.
Another one then.
Yes.
Starts sipping. Fina
Yes.
kind of is like just like snoring heavily, flopped over onto the desk, having passed out with her 3rd natural 1 in a row.
Oh,
Oh my
Jesus.
god.
Oh no.
So unfortunate for her. Vafir just smiles and nods over at Leo and then at Theron. Chose well, brother. Theron smiles. It was all just... It just happened. Anyway, stops for a second, looks around at the awkward silence. I didn't have anything more to say. I'm sorry, I drew attention to myself. Drinks more of his drink.
Good job.
Anything else you guys want to add into this scene? Anything you want to talk to them about before you turn in for long rest? Anything else you want to do?
Hypothetically.
Oop.
Oh, this is Ken asking. Hypothetically, if they had more time on their hands and the skills to put to use, good use, how would one go about getting the ball rolling on starting a business?
Oh, God. Please don't shop talk. No.
Mia's curled up with her head in Ken's lap as he speaks quietly to make sure not to awaken her. Leo just sort of like blinks.
It's not shop talk per se. I'm just, before meeting Mia, my mind has always been the mission above all.
Yeah, we know.
If I die, but the mission's complete, fair.
Well, not gonna happen, but okay.
And I guess I've been thinking less of that and just more what if, Just taking a step away from the practical, more of the theoretical. Like, I'm starting to, instead of just practical goals that I know that I can achieve within a certain time frame with my friends here, I've been thinking about, what happens after all of this is over and we win? Like, do I want to continue being an adventurer, or do I just want to do something different? Stay home, stay local.
Ken, I don't want to talk about the future.
Mhm.
I don't know what the fuck is gonna happen. We could die next week.
And we kill Tiamat. That's one thing, right? That's the goal.
You're gonna kill a god. I heard that right?
Mm-hmm.
As Vafir leans in, half drunk. Okay. How? How do you plan to kill a god?
extreme violence and prejudice.
Enos just holds his hand up like he's holding something, and Fate Render appears. Gestures.
Spooky
Also
sword,
big swords.
Spooky man. Okay, I see.
I got a
We're
big
gonna
sword
put this
too.
through every one of her neck that we can.
I have a sword too. Where did I put that? Rose kind of like looks over their shoulder. Huh.
I'm right here, Paladin. I've been with
Oh.
you the whole time.
On the
Did you get him
He's
a
right.
drink? Have you been rude and ignoring your
Zen, I
talking
didn't
sword?
get you a drink.
I
drink.
appreciate your attention, Eodos, but I do not drink. I have no mouth.
Here, Rose pours
That's
another little glass and puts it
sad,
right next to
honestly.
him. Just
I'm so sorry to hear that.
drink.
What
drink.
if Rose dips those roots you grew into them?
I
What
can
if they
pour
dip
it on.
that into?
Don't
I can
make a
pour it
mess
on
of
you.
Don't make a mess of somebody else's house, Rose.
What? I mean, you can drink it.
It doesn't work that way. I gave up mortal pleasures when I gave up my mortal form. When I took duty and purpose to be my anchor to this world. I appreciate your concern, but I am content with who I am now.
Could you be back mortal form just like for one night?
Even if I could, I do not know if I would want to. To feel the wind on my face again. I do not know if I could become what I am again.
I know we're having this great drunk talk with Eric's family. Edos gestures to him, but do you have kids? Did you have a brood? Do you
Ages
have like
ago.
great grandkids out there right now somewhere?
Is Pratanther your son?
He is my grandson,
Oh shit.
the first of the brood to be born in the new age. My son,
is he such-
unfortunate.
Hold on, keep talking. I was gonna be mean.
My son did not survive.
Oh shit, Cassie.
Aureus
What
is
up, pal?
here.
I'm back. Sorry it took so long.
Yeah.
Heck yeah, no, it's all good.
I'm still there, not on fire.
Town's not on fire.
That you
Nothing
know
was
of.
destroyed.
It almost was.
Uh-huh.
That's concerning. That's very concerning.
We currently have the whole family drunk.
Why,
So-
Rose?
Immediately goes Rose.
And that's not the whole family. Eric's not here, and
Yeah,
Ravalon is not here.
The mom's asleep, and
Yeah,
the
and not
bookish
Eric's
one
mom.
isn't here.
It's just the rest of them.
So, quickly to just detour, Aureus and Nicholas spent the day together while Nick showed Aureus around Lintier, as Aureus had never been to Lintier. I don't think you guys made it this far east when you were up north before the end of Horde of the Dragon Queen. So I think Nick was the last one who was here. Knew the
Takashi,
city.
maybe?
Maybe it was Takashi? I thought it was Nicholas.
Don't remember. I know Rose has been here at least once, and Rose wasn't with Nicholas.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Yeah, that's fine. Either way, the two of them spent the day walking around the city, taking in the sights and the sounds, having watched Tyrannosaurus Rose leap over the gate and run into the forest. Is there anything Aureus would have wanted to do today? We are currently at about midnight, 12:30, and following dinner, Aureus and Nick would have retreated or retired back to the guest room to continue their conversation as they had been having most of the day and rest for the evening. But if there's anything you would like to interject, now would be the time.
It was Takashi the first time when we were dealing with
That's what I thought.
the near destruction of
Yes.
Lintier, and then it was
Right.
Nicholas who helped save Eric's mom.
Right.
Yes.
So he would have only been here for maybe an hour.
Yeah.
Okay. So neither of them really knew the city that well, and they wandered around and got to know the city better.
Nothing off the top of my head. If I think of something, I'll let you know.
Okay. Would you, knowing that Rose was getting the entire family for a nightcap together, would Aureus have allowed Rose to do that without babysitting?
Too late now.
Yeah, I would say it's one, too late now. Two, I don't think he could control other people to join in with the Rosa shenanigans. So if the family chooses to get drunk with Rose, I don't think Aureus could do anything about that.
Okay. All right then. I will have him be where he is in the guest room, waiting. I guess he's waiting for the mansion, or to just rest for that evening and head
Or
the
for
next day.
fire alarms to
Actually-
ring out.
Yeah.
Speaking of mansion, I think Ken and Mia is going to retire because he doesn't want to get too drunk. Because he did promise Leo and Fina
Hmm.
for Magitech stuff.
I just was hoping to get a lesson. Like I said, the knowledge is
Yeah,
what's important. But hey,
maybe in the morning when you and Fina's are sobered up, okay?
not gonna remember anything right now. That's smart. He just smiles and gives you like a nod. I feel like
Yeah.
there was something they were gonna say.
We were
What was the last
asking Zen about his family
Hmm.
and
Bef-
Trachanther, and then Rose was going to ask why he's such a dick. Zen was saying something else.
Well, Zen had said that his son didn't survive the God's War.
Unfortunate.
That's what he was saying when you had made your comment. And so I don't know if that's what Rose actually said or not.
Yeah, probably.
Unfortunately, pride manifests itself in many ways, and it is a burden that we must bear sometimes. It comes off that way, but I'm sure he cares and is a good person.
Right. You would stop him if he tried to murder me, right?
You are my
Right?
paladin. There is a second that like hangs there, and as you're about to say, this, you are my paladin. I do not believe that you would put yourself into a situation where he would attempt that.
Well,
I trust my kin to be as our father shaped us.
you know.
Christina looks at you. Is your sword talking?
Yes, this is Zanar. I
Okay.
don't remember the rest of your name. I call him
Zanar.
Zen.
Zanara Knock.
Yeah, I call him Zen because that's easier.
It's way over my head. I just wanted to make sure I was not so drunk I was hallucinating. Hello, sword. Leo raises his hand. Hello, sword.
His name is Zen. I literally just told you.
Zen.
Hello, sword.
Zen. Sorry, I'm not used to talking to. Sorry. You had said you were heading out for the night. Apologies. Didn't mean to distract. As Ken's kind of like gently jostling Mia awake. Sleep time.
Yeah, I know. We're going to sleep. Don't make me
Ready
carry you.
asleep.
Okay,
Carry
well,
me.
Okay. I'll carry you. I guess we gotta start to look for like an open space in the wall, big enough for a ethereal door to fit.
Okay.
Because Ken's opening up the mansion, and he's
Okay.
gonna need somebody's help.
All
Or
right.
actually, can Mia open it? Yeah, Mia can open it.
Yes, have Mia open it. What's the worst that could happen?
Oh, actually, yeah.
Do it. No, do it. No, I
no.
was serious. Do it.
No.
I'm not
Absolutely
doing it, so that you have no other choice.
Eidos, do you mind?
No, don't do it.
So confident in the No.
Don't do it. I'll stop you.
There's more
We
than enough
also
space.
have Nicholas and Aureus.
I'll stop you.
Here within the lounge, there's enough space along one of the bookshelves where if you kind of like scooping up Mia into the Princess Carrie, kind of like holding her, you fish into your pocket, and you've got like your right arm under her thighs, like hooked under her knees, with the key in your hand, and you walk over to that wall against the bookcase, and while you're holding her, you ask for help from Rose, and you get that response. So as you're standing there, how would you proceed? Mia just
Mia,
shifts.
sweetie, can you help me open up the mansion?
Okay. How do I do that?
I guess he'll like adjust to where the key is in the hand, where he's like got her like upper body carrying her upper body section. It's like, okay, just take your hand and touch it. Yeah, touch it with my hand with the key, and then we're gonna just inject a little bit of magic in it, and we should be
Inject
able
him with your magic.
Giggity.
to... Shut up, Rose.
Touch his key and inject it.
I
This
think
is
I
dumb.
see what. Okay. She kind of like mutters under her breath. Her eyes are still closed as you kind of like you move the key across and like wrap her hand in yours. It just needs a little magic, right?
Yeah, just 2 levels. I can handle the rest. I have a fifth. I have a fifth now.
Okay, I'm ready when you are.
Okay, on 3,
1,
2,
3. As you cast your 5th level spell into the key, Ken conceptualizes the mansion as normal. And so the mansion appears as normal as you manifest the key here within Falna's lounge. The door shimmers into existence. You take the key back and kind of like put it into your pocket. Adjusting Mia, she curls into your shoulder. Okay, all done now.
Does wild magic go off? That's what I was hoping for.
What's her
Technically a leveled spell.
Yep, technically is. What's her threshold? It's lower the...
It depends on how many spells she does previously without setting it off.
Okay. Let me see. I know we had it all like worked out.
Yeah, it increased by difficulty of 5 every time she did magic without it going off.
Okay, and were there...
Like starting at, you have to roll a natural 1 up to short of rolling a natural 20.
Okay.
Depending.
Okay. Let's see. Oh no. I just wanted to get all the numbers together before I rolled it. Unfortunately, neither of the ones that she rolled are
Aw.
particularly interesting.
Oh, okay.
You,
But it did go off.
Yeah, as the key turns, there's a sparkle of energy. It washes over Mia, and you see like arcane power begin to just reverberate around her and around Ken. But she kind of just like shrugs and curls into Ken's shoulder. She'd rolled the one that makes it so she can cast actions as a bonus action for the next minute. So she's magically hasted. But
Wow.
she's also going to sleep.
Faster.
Yeah, it's like when she starts glowing, kids like eyes wide. He's like, uh oh.
She curls, and you hear as she just falls into your arms and back to sleep. You push your way through the door and into the mansion, and as you look around, it is exactly as you always remember it. save for one thing. The maids, as they approach, are not yourselves. They are animals. Animal versions of yourselves, but animals nonetheless.
So furries.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh,
As
What animals are we?
Like-
Right?
what animals? I guess what animal would you be, Aerith?
I would say a rabbit, because a rabbit's a generic animal for magicians.
Very good point. As a rabbit hops towards you, Ken, like a jackrabbit size, like probably 2 feet tall, pretty big rabbit. But you immediately recognize the attire and the hat that is stuck to its head as Aerith's clothing. It kind of like looks up at you and wiggles its nose expectantly.
Hello. I think we're fine. I'm gonna carry Mia to our room. The others should be following us in shortly.
It twitches its nose and nods up and down before hopping out to the hallway. Kind of like watch it go, and then you're taking me into the room.
Yeah. Oh boy, they're in for a treat when they walk in here.
What?
Bro, please tell me there's an animal version of Nick with a human version of Todd.
Oh my god.
There is now.
Terrifying.
There is
Oh,
now.
What animal is Ken?
You know what? I might be. Nah, this ain't metagaming. This is funny. He's a saber-toothed tiger.
Okay. You turn
For
down the
reasons.
hall, and you see kind of like striding down the hall this elegant saber-toothed tiger, like the white and like there's different coloring than the brown and orange. It's like I want to say like a white and striped. I can't remember, but it's colored similarly to your own armor, wearing what looks like a collar made of platinum that shines, and like these bangles around the ends of its limbs. It strides down the hallway elegantly, and as it does, this like iridescently colored fox runs down the hall and runs up the walls and then leaps onto its back, and it kind of like into the ground before the two of them run down the hallway past you. It's basically just a menagerie now.
Yeah, Mia must have been dreaming about animals when she opened the door for us. Yep. Okay. All right, up to the room we go. We're going to bed.
All right. Along the way, Rose, what animal are you?
I was gonna say a fox, but now I don't. I think I need to pick something else.
A
It's up to you.
chameleon.
I know I had two of your characters, and so I had to make one a fox.
Right. Okay.
Are we only sticking with mammals?
Just an animal.
Any animal.
It's a T-Rex.
That's why I said a chameleon. Changes
Yeah,
colors
but they're
like
so
a
small.
changeling.
Fine.
I mean, you didn't have
Do
to.
chameleon.
It's just a
No, I
suggestion.
can't think of
Are
anything
these,
else. Can't think of
are
anything
these
else.
like actual regular animals, or is it like bloody roar animals?
Like,
What do you
anthropomorphic.
No, they're
Yeah.
actual animals. Like they're animals. They're just wearing what looks like your clothing or carrying your own affectations. Like the lunar fox had what looked like a dress on that flowed out behind it, but they look fully animal.
So there's just a bunch of little animals, like kid versions of ourselves.
Right.
As you
That's adorable.
get up to your room, Ken, and open the door, you look down the hallway to see a 3-foot-long chameleon sitting in a lounge chair with a drink in its hand, and it kind of just raises it, and both eyes kind of just turn in different directions, and it nods to you and puts its drink down and takes a sip. You see the thorny right arm and the patch of black along the whitish coloring on the top of it, and you recognize that this is probably whatever Rose became.
Whatever Mia thinks of Rose.
Right. Heading in, you set her down in the bed, take her shoes off, and she kind of curls into the blankets. I love vacation.
Yeah. Vacation is really great, right?
You can.
Love you too, Mia.
Sigh turns into a deep breath, which turns into a gentle, rhythmic, not a snore, but that deep, fallen asleep breathing. Do you join her?
Yeah, actually. Yeah, I'm going to bed.
Take off your own boots and climb in. As you do, she curls up onto you and latches on. You fall into a deep, comfortable sleep. In the lounge room, the shenanigans are still going on. You watch as the two of them enter, and Tristina kind of blinks. Did they just walk into a bookshelf? How is this? How many is this? 5, my lady. Oh, 3, my lady.
3.
Right. Did they walk into a bookshelf?
I don't know. Why don't you go find out?
She walks up to the bookshelf, shimmering doorway. Is she allowed to enter?
Oh, wait, who?
Tristina,
Is she allowed to
would've-
enter?
the mansion.
The
Yeah.
mansion.
Yeah,
Okay, you allow the Zataras when you cast it?
yeah, because I figured. Yeah, I immediately assumed when the room was open, in case, yeah, because I explained this earlier. It's in case there's not enough room for everyone to sleep in, the mansion's gonna be set up. So
Gotcha. She puts her hand on the shimmering doorway,
She's about to go through a fucking trip.
opens the door. You see her head poke in, and she goes, There's a house in here. There's a house in the bookshelf. Why is that?
this lady some water.
Leo stands up. Oh, Tris. I know. You don't get much of the arcane down there. I know. Just sit down. It's okay. What's our brother doing?
Imagine.
What is he? There are doors in bookshelves, and one of them can turn into a big dinosaur. And Leo, it's okay, Tris. It's okay. He and it looks past. I think she may have had a little bit too much.
Right? Why don't you go in there and go find a bed and go to sleep? It's very comfortable.
Is there really a mansion behind the door? I've heard of the spell, but
Yes, genuinely. I know it sounds like Rose is fucking with you, but there is. We use it a lot.
It always sounds like I'm fucking with you. It's just part of
It's their gift and their curse.
okay. Tris, I have to see this. You're okay. No, this is not okay. This is not okay. There's a mansion in the bookshelf. That's. She'll be fine.
There's plenty of rooms. Feel free to pick one out and call it a night. It kind of furnishes itself, and there should be attendance generated. Although what those will be, kind of up in the air because normally a couple of us do this, and it's just Ken and Mia this time, so they
Oh
might
my God.
not be
Who
normal.
knows? Who fucking knows at that point?
Interesting. You say this is out of character, but you say as though the made versions of yourselves are normal.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
Well, this is mainly speaking that they are at least humanoid.
True. Nods. Walks through the doorway. A moment passes. He steps back out and looks over at Vafia. There really is a mansion in there. There are a bunch of animals running around too. One of them was wearing the same clothes as Aerith. I'd appreciate the offer for a room. I do have a room here within the estate, my room, which is quite comfortable.
You don't even know.
I think I will sleep outside of the weird shimmer. Is
No,
this
come on.
Mordenkainen's mansion? How did I didn't think that was artificery. How did he manage to open it with?
Nah, it's our mansion.
But I'm sorry, I meant the spell. It was originally.
It's our mansion.
We got a key from a dragon that we can just pump magic into. It basically it is the spell you're asking, but it's funnier to say it's our mansion.
I see.
Man,
I see.
explain things.
I see. All right. Looks over at Tristina, who's still sitting there, like shaking her head back and forth, like she's just going through a bad trip. And then he looks over at Fina, whose like head is tilted back in the chair. She's got like drool pooling out of one side, and drips down. I'm awake. I'm awake. I'm awake. I'm awake. Looks around. Like I said, I'm awake.
Are you?
Now, what did I miss? Leo just looks over at her and shakes his head. My family. Looks at Vafir, who just raises his glass and really seems to be handling his. He's rolled above a 15 in every check. He's handling his liquor real well.
Hell yeah.
I actually haven't rolled Theron's lately. Theron's kind of like just sitting a bit heavy. He had a rigorous afternoon. He went on a ride. He went on a 5-mile walk. He's looking a bit tired. Tris shakes her head. Leo, I think I'm going to take my dear sisters to their quarters and retire myself. But I appreciate your offer. Perhaps tomorrow we can take a tour of the mansion when our minds are a little less addled. As long as it's not in the bookshelf. Why is there a mansion in the bookshelf? This
Why
shouldn't be
is
a
that
mansion.
the part that trips you up?
Because it doesn't belong in the bookshelf. There's a door in the bookshelf. She'll be fine. She just...
Have you never seen the old fake bookshelf trick?
Right? That's like
not-
the place that a door should be.
I
If it's
know
not
that
just
bookshelf.
a door.
I've
Normally
Maybe
you
a
pull a
bookshelf.
book and there's like a click and it slides open. This is just
Yeah.
cutting out the middleman.
Right? Maybe you don't know it as well as you think you do.
Leo, it's okay, Tris. It's fine. Come on. Kind of like helps her to her feet. And Fina goes, I'm fine. Fina, you've been sleeping for the last 90 minutes. Let's go. You're going to hurt yourself. Fine. Just kind of stands up. Looks at everybody. Smiles a little bit weakly.
We'll try again next time.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't.
You need more practice.
Yeah. Apparently,
So does your sister. You should work on that.
no. I think she's fine.
No.
Leo leads Triss out and then stops in the doorway. Fina, come on. All right. Have a good night, everybody. You hear from the hallway. Good night, everybody. I'll see you in the morning. three of them head out to their rooms. Afir and Theron kind of stay behind with the two of you. So, once there were 9 and now there are 4.
Survival of the fittest.
I suppose. Well, I'm not looking nearly as good as you. How are you doing this? Roll me 3 con checks, both of you. Saves, actually, both of you.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Those are good. Yeah, it tracks. It tracks.
Right? Rose takes another sip, just got some practice.
That's a good call to do it at advantage to get 2 of them in one
Right?
shot.
Hell yeah. Apparently, I don't drink this much very often. 2 bottles of wine between 9 people is much, but 2 jugs of Baldurian moonshine should chase that.
We were also definitely tipping the scales in your favor.
What do you mean by that?
Just sleight of hand. Drink slower. Make them think you're still going. Have the servants refill when you're empty.
You cheated.
No, not cheating. Strategy.
All right.
Was that why
Either
they
way-
took you at a drinking competition?
Yeah. Sounds like you won the bet. I don't think I've seen Triss that relaxed in a very long time. I think she got so drunk that her brain broke.
Just a little bit. She kind of. I think we tipped it a little bit too far over there.
Just a little bit, but I will say you succeeded. Afir leans in. Was there a contest? Were we competing? I thought we were just drinking and talking. Finishes his drink and then holds it out for the servants who come along and give him another one.
Why can't it be both?
I mean, I guess there's no reason not to. Takes another sip.
You seem fun. What did you do again?
I've spent the last few years working with a Daggled up in Neverwinter. A brilliant man.
Right. You were the one in the relationship I wasn't allowed to touch. Got it.
What do you mean by that?
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Rose has sticky fingers.
Theron-
Literally.
But I mean, who's saying things? What was said? Tell me quickly. What do you know?
Quickly.
Who was that directed to?
You?
Me? What is?
Yes.
What about?
Tell
I
him
forgot.
quickly. What do you know
About what?
about his relationship?
Oh, I all. Aerith said that you were with a guy and you guys had something going on, and I don't know what that is, but I'm not gonna fuck with it. You tell
My
me.
brother.
It's your relationship.
He's
I think.
Shit! Now I start failing my checks. Yes, we are, but keeping it. No one's supposed to know. Not even. I hadn't even told
Wow.
the family. And Theron looks over at him. Vafir, you left
Please.
human noblemen to rebuild an ancient city. These are the
They know.
songs that our people sing in the night. The elves and the men. We know. Vafir, we know. We're just happy that you have somewhere and someone. Vafir kind of blinks. What?
Okay. Rose reaches out and takes his drink.
Thank you. I think this was more. Ow.
Do
This
you
is
all
what
get
she-
like this?
Yes, apparently. Maybe I inherited from mother. No. Okay. Sorry. Daggett and I are in a relationship. Yes, I went to Neverwinter to be with him, and because I believe in what he's trying to do. The city fell a long time ago, and his family lost everything. He has spent his life, his youth, gathering together resources in order to start rebuilding that, and I've seen the ruins in the city he's trying to rebuild. They're beautiful. It's the most miraculous place I've ever seen. It sits in a bay just 100 miles south of the spine of the world, but due to some underground hot springs or something, that the air never drops below a comfortable temperature, even though an ice age exists just a week's journey north. It is warm and comfortable, and there's a sea breeze that brings in the most delightful smell.
Interesting. I definitely
yes.
want to check it out.
Sorry, it just caught me off guard. Like I said, we were trying to keep things under wraps.
Why?
He wants the focus to be on the city, and, well, he kind of looks between the three of you. He would be unable to have an heir if he were to be ruler of the city. I think he's trying to bring as many people under his banner as he can before, well, that is revealed.
Right, that kind of thing matters to nobles, I see.
It is
I
an
mean-
unfortunate affectation of our culture, yes.
I'm sure there are ways around it.
Yes, and we've talked about it. We've talked about the fact that I'll live 100 years after he has gone, and that perhaps I should steward the city. I don't want that. I think we build the city first, and then from within its people, the Neverwinter Inn, we find someone. Someone who is utterly deserving and undeserving at the same time. And we bring them into our family. Give them the keys. But that is years and years away.
Yeah, sounds like quite an undertaking, I suppose.
But now, we deal with the setbacks of the lack of good hands and everything that's happened since the March of Dragons, which I know you are all too familiar with.
Yeah, a little more familiar than we'd like to be. Or at least that I'd like to be, I suppose. I can't speak for you, Theodos.
I wasn't too big of a fan of it.
So for now, we keep on working. I was fortunate enough that we have a small contingent of wizards, and we were able to get me home using their teleportation circles. Had to make a stop at Baldur's Gate, but it was quicker than a horse ride down the coast.
Again, when we had the caravan, yeah, that's a fucking drag. Well, hey, I mean, if there's anything we can do to help, I guess.
I will pass it along. I know my lord is always looking for the Lord of Neverwinter. Sorry, just used to speaking that way. I know Daggett is always looking for good hands to help. You seem capable of strong magic that would probably help, or I'm not sure. It's all so much.
Right. I mean, there's not a lot personally that we can do to help you. We're a little busy right now, but I meant like if you need anything done magically or otherwise, I guess.
I will remember it. And as I said, pass it along. It's good to know that my brother has made good allies. That said, and this little bit of my history revealed, I should now retire, as I think my brain is starting to break. Just like
Apparently.
my dear sisters.
Quickly, tell me what you know.
Yes, sorry. Like I said, we've been trying to keep it, and I was a little caught off guard.
I mean, I'm sure nobody else knows except for your family and I guess then us in relation to your family.
Yes, well, he looks at Theron. I wasn't even aware my family knew, so now I'm curious who in the city might know, and, well, I don't really care. It's not like it's going to stop anything, but it could explain some things. Resistances that didn't really have a good reason behind them.
Well,
But-
here you go. Rose just randomly reaches into their bag, like rummaging through it. What's it? Here. And I hand him a ring.
Okay. All right. Takes it from you. What ring? What does it look like?
What does
It's the ceremony ring.
No.
It's Aureus's ring.
no. Nope, that's mine. It's a wooden ring with like the carvings of a bunch of animals around the whole band.
Oh God.
It's beautiful.
I don't know if that'll help you in any way, but there you go.
Does it do anything?
Yes.
You're going to make me figure it out, aren't you?
Yes.
Baron just nods. That's kind of what they do. All right.
Figure it out, get a prize.
He gives you a nod and, like, clasps his hands together around it. Thank you. I will set to figuring it out, and I appreciate the conversation and the gift.
Goodbye. Thanks for the fun.
Okay. Have a good night, Theron. Theron just nods. You too, Vafir. Right. Well, looks between the two of you. What are we doing now? Did you
I mean,
wish
I
to
guess-
collect, or shall I wait?
Oh, I do. Yes. So don't go to bed yet. I know you're tired, but keep it
Sort
up.
of sighs. Oh, that might not be possible with the drinks, but I could stay awake nonetheless.
We'll figure it out. What are you doing here, Jess? Are you going to bed?
I'm probably going to lead you two to it because that sounded sexual, and I'm not trying to be here for that. I already saw it once. Thanks.
What do you mean?
What?
You wait.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
yeah. You got to remember, you got love now, Rose. You got to be careful with the shit you're doing. I saw this man naked.
Fuck.
What does he mean?
Um. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, Rose. What do I?
Above table,
Apparently.
narratively, Aureus, you also failed that save, so you also had a
Front row
mind.
seat to.
Yeah, you had a rose perspective view of Theron in the act,
Lovely.
right? Kind of invaded your
That
mind.
was from the crown.
Yep. Came out of nowhere, hit you, and then kind of like released you after about a minute or so of your like mind being held in that place and time. So probably another narrative reason why Aureus has not been in the room with Rose.
Yeah, have fun. Try not to bring us into it this time, please.
Hey, if you're in a different plane, it shouldn't affect you.
Here's hoping, Ida says as he walks through the door. Good night.
Okay. Eidos heads into the mansion. Within the guest room, you've heard voices above, just like that gentle murmuring of people talking within the house. Nicholas has turned in for his night's rest, following your day's discussions and philosophies. However, you wish to have a conversation between Aureus and Nicholas, you can describe to us or keep it in your mind, however. But in this moment, it doesn't look like the party's coming down here to open the door to the mansion. What's Aureus doing? There's one bed in here. That was the thing. The guest room used to have 3. Now it only has 1. They had to move some of the beds back into rooms that were storage rooms and now had to be bedrooms again. And Nicholas is currently sleeping in it. But he is a gnome, so he only takes about a quarter of the bed.
If you'd like to share with yourself.
Up to you. What is Aureus doing?
Look for the mansion. I don't want to disturb Nicholas. He's an old man.
Then, narratively, because it's just funny, as
Oh no.
as you start to hear the voices above, you hear some of the shouts in the hallways as like the Zataras are turning in and walking up the stairs. You start to hear that like general movement of a party breaking up, and looking over to see Nick snoozing and comfortably, you kind of like just stand up and head up to the lounge room. And as you open the door, you see Rose and Theron sitting on their love seat as Eodos stands at the edge of the shimmering portal and basically says he's going to put love to the test, to make sure, see how things work on another plane and leave. And as Eodos's heel is like pulling into the mansion door, you look over and you see the two of them. Your mind kind of flips back just for a hot second, shaking your head just to shake the vision out of your mind. What are you doing?
I'm just gonna quickly go into the mansion.
Just walk through, you don't say anything.
He's got his shoulders head down, one hand up, covering his eyes, sneaking on through.
Good night.
Good night. Have fun.
Is he okay?
Fuck.
Is everything all right?
Well, yeah, no.
What are you doing with the rest of your night, Rose?
Rose will look around, and the house is empty. It's quiet. We'll sigh a little bit, and I'll break the connection on love.
Okay.
Just in case.
Okay. As you kind of like reach into that, you feel that connection between you and the Wanderers, and each of you in your own individual places. Being in... Yeah, even being in the mansion, you could still feel that connection to each other. But as Rose severs the tether, Aureus, you kind of walk through the door, you feel it disconnect and fizzle away, almost lonely, being separated from everyone, like innately, just that low-level feeling of it.
Yeah. As soon as it happens, they kind of like scrunch up their eyes a little bit. Just, wow. Actually, I don't like that. Huh.
Is everything all right?
Yeah. Sorry, it's just in case what he was talking about. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. But new magic and all, I'm still learning the ropes.
All right. So,
But I believe I have a bet to collect on,
you do.
and they'll like turn over and sit on his lap.
I will do my best to follow your instructions. Winner of the bet, what would you have me do?
I don't
Should we just go sleep off the alcohol and you can collect in the morning?
know. Yeah.
Okay.
How comfortable is your room, or did we want to use the like thumb over to the mansion?
Well, it's comfortable, I suppose. I don't.
Good enough. Let's go.
Okay. Gets up and kind of like walks into the hallway, holds the door open for you, and leads you up the stairs to his room, where you spend your evening. Within the woods, dawn breaks. The chirping of the birds rouses you from your trance, Ken. Or not Ken, I said Ken because I read his name. Gareth. Wow. Sorry, he started to type, and I read Ken is typing in my mind, and it just... The sounds of bird song and the gentle breeze of dawn. You were up till probably 1 or 2 talking about life. Told him about your adventures. Maybe not all the nitty-gritty details, but as much as you were willing to share. He told you about his time within Soldier, his training following his decommission from the Lintier Guard, which was a honorable discharge. He just served out his 10 years that he needed to put in, and then took those skills and joined Soldier. Has been there for the last 20 years. But as you awaken and you look over, you see him in that similar, like, legs crossed, back straight, hands cupped gently in his lap. His eyes blink open, and he looks over at you. You're both just wearing robes, just sleeping attire, trancing attire, and he just smiles. Good morning.
Morning.
How'd you sleep? Well, trance.
Normal. Nothing super special.
Are you lying?
No, not really.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Okay.
Lying.
Am I?
Are you?
He had trance
Persuasion.
dreams.
No.
Okay. He
Man,
just
why
sort of
can't I roll
nods.
this shit when it actually matters?
Nope.
I slept tranced quite peacefully. I've always loved these woods. And the company wasn't too bad. He looks over at the picnic basket, like rolls over and reaches into it and takes out a loaf of bread, breaks it in half and hands you half of it.
I take it.
So, what are your plans for today?
Well, gotta figure out what we're gonna be doing, whether we're gonna be staying in Lintier for another day, or if we're gonna be heading back to Eriabor.
That's the city where your guild is located, that you operate out of, correct?
Yep.
You are a member of the Guardians. I've heard about them.
Wanderers
a few different
of
branches.
Starlight.
Oh ho! Came back to a net 20. What happened?
So many
He
things.
was
Do you
very
want the,
sure that he was
do you
not
want the
lying.
details?
Mm, I think I'll pass this time.
I've heard that name.
I'm not Rose. Nothing happened.
The stories.
Boo.
Wait. Kind of like stops, and you see there's this like moment in where his eyes like unfocus, and he's like looking inward. You are. How did I not? I've heard of you, of your party. I don't know why it didn't dawn on me till now. Hearing the name, Wanderers of Starlight. I've heard about you. You have done incredible things. It said that you slew the black dragon that destroyed the caravan, the March of
Yeah.
Dragons,
Mm-hmm.
and the green that was plaguing the green fields. You drove her off as well?
Well, yeah.
There were twin green dragons.
That killed Aerith.
That killed me, but I'm not gonna get into that.
Neither here nor there.
Sorry, I knew that you had become an adventurer, and I could tell that you had grown strong. But I had no real idea. Where are you all going next? You know, it's your duty, I guess, that we're here to help support.
Well, we still have to cleanse the last two dales, so the Dale of Air and the Dale of Water. But right now, we had to, you know, deal with the Dale of Fire, as well as the Feywild. And then, so we're just gonna take a break a bit. But we also have to go into the Shadowfell because we gotta do something in there. So
You speak
Literally all the planes.
of these places like they're right next door. How? He kind of just like smiles. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be so surprised.
well, I mean, a normal person would be surprised. So
Just a little bit.
just a wee bit.
You should know that the stories of you and your companions are told through taverns all throughout Baldur's Gate. And you are all appreciated for driving the cult of the dragons finally from our land. I know things are still in the air, as it were. It's what we are being gathered to help with, but I don't know how much you speak with the people. But you are known, and your actions have had impact.
Yeah, I know.
So humble.
He just like smiles and sighs. You know, if I had just followed you, perhaps I could have been a wanderer too.
Would have been
Instead,
I don't know. Maybe it would have happened. Though it definitely would have been nice to have a very attractive assistant on stage.
Assistant, huh? Not partner?
Or bodyguard. And I just pull out the broom to start getting ready to head back.
Oh, it is a body I would want to guard, that's for sure.
Oh ho!
Got him.
As you kind of sidle up, nods. All right. Date night's over. Let me get this packed up and we'll head home.
I'll
Opens up
cast
his-
Mage Hand and like have the Mage Hand help him grab all the stuff.
As he starts like kind of like leaning over, picking things up, putting them in the basket, your hand casts out and picks up the other side of the blanket and helps him fold it all up, and he just sort of looks at it for a second, shakes his head and smiles. Thank you. Right. And then like this, and fold it, and here. Perfect. Okay. Delintia.
Talenteer.
Walk up next to you, and you're just going to drift back on your broom?
Mm-hmm. I mean, he can. I'll invite him to sit as well, because it can technically carry 2 people. It just won't move as fast.
Okay. As you begin to walk next to him, he kind of looks over. You offer. He quirks an eyebrow. Sure. And sits on, like, behind you, arms wrapped around you, and as you both drift down at half speed. This is a much better pace. I like this.
Don't get too handsy.
No? He kind of just like
I just
moves
look
his
back
arms
and
a little
give him
lower,
a little smirk.
and we fade to black. Within the mansion that was handed to you by Namur, Eodos, Aureus, Ken, and Mia, the 4 of you awaken. Ken, you wake up next to Mia, classic Mia formation, starfished across the bed, having pushed you kind of to the edge, although the beds in the mansion are huge, so you didn't really get pushed off, but she went from like latched onto you to my space. This is all for me.
Like
As you
every
wake up,
girlfriend ever.
she rolls over and kind of shifts. 5 more minutes.
Yeah, go. Yep, get your 5 more minutes. Yeah,
Anything
he'll
you
get
want
up,
to do?
Get up. Stretch. Big stretch. See if there's I guess this is hilarious. I was like, oh wait, the attendants are animals this time around. Oh dear.
How are they gonna make food?
Yeah, I'm like, oh dear.
Magic.
Water, and then eventually breakfast. And then I guess. Hold up. Because I want to meditate, because I'm so fucking close
You can do it. I believe in you.
to completing Gifts of Metallic Dragon. I just want to just get it over with.
Hell
from
yeah.
there, for mechanical and narrative reasons.
Too bad I broke love, otherwise I'd help you.
So, as you step out of your room to go and get breakfast started and things rolling for you and Mia, Eodos, what is your animal spirit?
At this point, now that he's kind of shifted into barbarian too, probably like a black bear.
What I was thinking too. Like a bear. All right. You see, coming down the hallway, smaller than a normal sized bear, small enough that it's medium size, fits in the hallway comfortably, but a black bear with billowing shadows that kind of roil off of the shoulders, and as it looks up to you, one eye is closed with a scar across it.
Yep,
It kind of
here's
just
Eodos.
nudges at you and then sits down and like leans up and claps its front paws together.
Hey, can you guys get water and breakfast prepared?
The bear nods and then like flips itself forward back onto its legs and turns and then kind of faces back to you and just nods again.
The only thing that I
Walks
can
down the
think of
hallway.
is just a panda, now just like a panda bear, and it just like looks at Ken, nods, and just starts rolling away.
Seems like the message was received.
Hopefully.
I guess we'll see.
You kind of walk down the hallway a little bit before you hear the door open behind you, and Mia runs to catch up to you. Don't go without me. Okay.
Yeah, there she is. I wasn't going far.
Two of you head down to breakfast. Aureus, as you awaken from your long rest here within the mansion, it's first on your to-do list today.
Whee!
I might as well get my training done as well.
And I will ask Eodos what is on yours, because I know the two of you trained together.
Yeah, sounds like this quick training before we find out if Animal Us can cook breakfast or not.
Right.
Okay.
What animal is Aureus?
Yep, that's just about what I was just about to ask. So,
That's
Aureus.
a good question.
Oh, hold up.
Saint
Bearded dragon?
Bernard. Big old Saint Bernard dog.
Big old Saint Bernard dog. Okay. As a massive Saint Bernard, golden and shimmering, with what looks like white robes wrapped around its forearms. Right, white cotton cloth wrapped around the front arms. Walks through the hallway. You kind of half follow it over to Aureus's room, Eodos, and as you're about to knock, Aureus, you head out, kind of like understanding that this is our morning ritual. The two of you head down to the training ground and begin your training. Go ahead and you guys can roll yours. Ken, go ahead and roll yours, since I know you'd
Okay.
said you wanted to do your meditations as well.
Yeah, I gotta check something. 1d6 plus 3. Okay, I gotta remember my charge rolls. Alright.
Hey, something that's above like a 3 for once, dude.
Right?
Yay!
Okay, full charge.
Where is my... Well, my references, everything's in a different spot.
Wow, I need to roll for mine.
You'll be getting
6 plus 3. Huh?
back. So, actually, yeah, you can go ahead and roll yours. Where do you want to do yours? Because as you get back to Lintier, it's about when they're waking up.
Well, I don't have a particular feat to focus on. I just have the herbalist kit that I'm trying to gain proficiency in.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you still need like space to be able to work the kit.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'd probably do it where everybody is in the mansion, if
Okay.
I find it.
Okay. Got it. All right. So go ahead and as you guys, let me give everyone their dice first. 4d6 for Aureus, 3d6 for Eodos, and 4d6 for Ken.
It is time.
You can do it. I believe in you.
1, 1, 1, 1. No.
Please don't you put that devil on me. Okay,
Yeah.
Good enough.
we're done.
It's
Yay!
With
I was about
5
to say,
points to spare.
Ken has horrible RNG and 14 trying to collect the Atmas, so I feel like giving
The odds were good to him today. They were kind. He sent me a message while I was vacuuming the house to let me know how kind they were today.
I got like 2, like within like an hour and some change. And then after that,
compared to last night.
oh my god.
We got one
5
after
hours,
5
50
hours.
minutes. 5 hours, 50 minutes.
Yikes.
Oh my god.
Got like
That's
one.
brutal. Dude, I
Something to look
honestly,
forward to, Cade.
from what I've heard from you, it sounds like I made the right call doing it on Fates outside because I got them all knocked out in like no time at all.
I was having
like a
trouble
fate train?
trying to find my last one, and I literally spent like just about like the same amount of 5 hours doing a fate train in living memory for my last one. It didn't drop until I went back to the occult and got it.
Damn.
I mainly focused on the fates that appeared in this specific area. I have a map if you want it.
Yeah, when I dive into it, I'll hit you up for
I
it.
just
Let us know.
I just wish
'cause
we
we'll
could have
still
went
join.
in without being 100. It would have been so nice being able to level stuff in there.
Even
Yeah.
just like 91 if it had been like another deep dungeon.
Yeah.
Alright.
Anyway.
So, Eric,
yes.
with Zach riding behind you and a enjoyable broom ride back, you kind of turn the corner around up towards the gate of Lintier, and as you approach, the guards out front recognize you all, and one of the guards kind of like steps over to the edge of the guardhouse. Is that you, Master Zatara? Master Fair?
Yes, it's us.
Good. Good to see you returning. Open the pedestrian gate. They open the small, person-sized gate through, and just drift on through elegantly on your broom. Zach kind of gives them.
Almost tempted to like fly over.
I guess you could technically, like, you could just fly up and over. Do you want to?
No, I'll fly through like a normal person. Like a normal person.
Right.
Like a
You
normal
drift
person
through.
riding a flying broomstick.
Zach kind of just smiles at the guards as they pass, who watch you guys carefully. And as you get into the city, they close the gates behind you. You drift up to about here, like this turn, and you're gonna head down that way. And Zach kind of just taps you on the shoulder. All right, I need to go check in with my regiment and make sure that I haven't missed anything this morning. Don't leave without saying goodbye, right?
I'll send you a message when we're getting ready.
Rude.
Good.
Not even face to face.
I just told him I was going to send him a message when we're getting ready to leave.
I thought you meant you were gonna send him a message, be like, "All right, we're leaving. Bye."
No.
No, he understood what you
Okay.
meant. Don't worry, he understood what you meant. Just nods.
Jesus, Rose. You're not even here.
I'm
Steps
not
off
here.
the broom, walks around. He brushes your hair out from your eyes, and kind of just like puts his hand on your cheek. Good. From now on, we say goodbye, but never for the last time. Okay.
From now on.
He pulls you in for a kiss. Do you fight it?
No.
I'll talk to you soon.
Yep.
Have a good day.
You too.
It's going to, in much better spirits than the last time he made the walk over to this bridge. Walk over to this bridge.
Does a little skip.
Still. Yeah, I mean, there is like a little bit of a skip in his step. He is that night went actually better than he could have ever planned or hoped for. He was really afraid that you weren't gonna show. So you watch as he goes, and as he kind of like quickly, with joy in his step, hits the bridge. He turns back to look at you, waves,
I wave back.
and he smiles and with a skip hops onto the bridge, and you drift down towards your childhood home, the Zatara estate.
Where everyone is inexplicably hungover.
Roll me investigation, Aerith, as you drift up to the front door and walk into the main lobby. One of the servants there nods or bows deeply. Master Aerith, welcome home. I believe your companions are upstairs. If there's anything you need, please let us know.
Thanks. I'll head upstairs.
You head to your mother's lounge, and as you open the door, you find Afalna sitting in her comfortable seat with the book that she's been trying to get through for the past 2 days in her lap, and a shimmering doorway in the bookcase. And as you open the door, she looks up. Ah, Aerith, good morning. Please, closes the book. Come, sit. How are you?
Okay, fine.
Really?
How did it
Just-
go?
Just fine. How did it go?
It went fine. I mean,
How much are you trying to show on your face? Was it good? Are you happy? Like, was it just? Are you just like complete neutral flat? Because like, Zach's on
Trying to
cloud 9 right now.
you know, like how like a teenager or a kid has like a great time and they don't want to show it to their parents
Gotcha.
because their parents are embarrassing, essentially.
Then this is a deception check. That's what I
Yes.
needed to know. Okay.
I was gonna tell you. I was just like, I'm trying to deceive my own mother.
That's good. That's good.
Uh,
She would have advantage on this insight check because you are her. Yes. Okay. That is
yes, I know.
good.
I'm like trying to debate if I want to use again. I'm like trying to debate if I want to use my inspiration.
It's up to you. You get one a day.
Wow, I forgot about that.
Yep.
Don't forget about that.
Don't forget.
I'm gonna put that on my character sheet. Like, fucker.
Mm-hmm.
Do I want to use it?
You'll need it for something else.
I mean, since we're taking time to prep, I'll use
Where do you
it.
think
I'll
Rose
use
is going to
it.
take us next?
The Shadowfell. No.
Oh, fuck.
Immediately.
No time to prep.
18.
Okay. Fortunately, she rolled a natural.
I fucking knew it.
it. She looks at you and smiles. There's a hickey on your neck, dear.
What? No, there isn't.
Yes, yes, it's right there. I'm so happy. She just gives you a big hug.
Okay.
And I'm so proud of you. She squeezes you tight.
Can't breathe. Mother.
Lets you go.
Oh,
Kind
my
of sets you
ribs.
back down. Okay, that's all I had to get out of my system.
Ow.
Heads back over to her seat and sits down. Did you have a nice time? Truthfully.
Yes, I had a nice time.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Will we be seeing Zach again? I don't need to know, I'm just curious.
Maybe. And I'll
Need
like
to know,
get
just
up
tell
and
me.
start heading into the mansion.
That's good. When you are in there, can you see if they can move that? Because it's in the way of my books.
When we're done, trust me, it'll go away when we're all out.
Okay. Fair enough.
And I'm sorry about the bookshelf. I didn't know that they were gonna put it here.
It's fine. It is what it is. At least I still have this one. Pats the tome she's been reading and sits back down.
I'll enter
You head
the...
into the mansion.
Yep.
Okay. You enter the mansion and actually let's see. Nope. Yep. They're all too hungover and Ravelana wouldn't be out here. Cool. All right. Yeah, none of your family's awake yet. Mom went to bed early. The rest are trancing that one off. But Rose, as well, I guess Aerith, you wanted to do your training, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you head to your room to set out your herbalist kit and can hear the sounds of training and breakfast being prepared in the distance, you walk past a strange rabbit and then a very weird bear, and you realize that these are all your friends, but animals.
Oh God. What did Rose do?
You head to your room, set out your tools, and begin your practice. So as you spend the hour doing your training, simultaneous to the training going on in the yard, go ahead and roll me your training.
I will use Ring of Puzzler's Wit
Okay.
for advantage.
Okay.
Well,
So
that's
that would
good.
be
I know.
3d6. Yeah, 3d6. Rose.
3d6. 13.
You
Oh. Damn.
Hey.
wake up to an empty bed. There is a glass of water with a folded up piece of cardstock on the night table. And it just has your name written on the front of it.
Oh, God. Man. Slowly, like, sit up and take the water and look around a little bit. So you've been gone a while.
You don't see any sign of him, and the water feels tepid in your hand.
Okay. Oops. They'll take a long, slow sip and pick up the card.
Flip it open. It says, "Drink up. I haven't forgotten my bet."
They'll just grin a little bit and sit and slowly drink the water.
While you nurse your hangover within the mansion, training is completed, and out of just habit, you kind of like, I was gonna say like pat yourselves off in the sweater, cool yourselves down, but you're both doing more like mental training, like endurance training, so there's not a lot of that, but you kind of just like stretch after having sat and meditated or focused for so long. Mia had fallen asleep while Ken finished his meditations, but the 5 of you gather together within the breakfast dining area, as I love to do so narratively. And as you all sit down and look around, the door opens and Eodos Bear strolls in with a large silver tray on his back. And then behind him, Rabbit Aerith hops along and then kind of like leaps up onto his back and then like leans forward and with an unbelievable amount of strength, because it's not believable because it's magic, picks up the tray with its mouth and then hops over onto the table and sets it down. So yes, they did cook breakfast because that's what the servants do, but it's all through magic as you watch this small menagerie serve you breakfast that morning.
How
The
mu-
5 of you are
How much
together.
hair is in the food?
None, because they're magic.
It's no fun.
Mia smiles. They're so cute. Look at how cute they are.
Yeah, they are pretty adorable, huh?
Anything you guys
Yeah.
want to discuss over breakfast?
Yeah, I guess like after training, he's like can start feels slightly different. Feels like because I know you've been describing training Gift of the Metallic
True,
Dragon as like
yes.
growing like a tree, and
Mhm.
now he's like it's like full grown now. He's like feels slightly different.
Your scales are shimmering. Why are they doing that? Are they supposed to do that?
I guess he'll like look down to like inspect because like, yeah. I mean, I know they're like they shimmer normally, but are they like shimmering?
You look down into the silver tray, kind of catch your reflection, and there are these. It's not like it's creating light, but you can see bands of like light iridescence just below the coloring of the scales, like emanating from front to back. You kind of look at it. Do you focus on it?
Yeah. Hopefully, it doesn't do anything to cause any damage. But let's see what it does.
Kind of like focus in on it, and the like low frequency waves slow down, and it becomes this persistent glow. Now they're glowing.
Huh. Imagine that.
Look at it for a second, and then as you watch it, it's not like it's forcing you to, but just out of that curiosity, you think about how they used to look. And the light shimmers down, kind of recedes into you. You still feel it. You feel that difference, that bit of energy radiating through you. But it doesn't have to be apparent.
Right. Okay. Huh. Neat. Let's put a pin on that. See what all that entails. But yeah, let's breakfast looks great. Thank you. Once again, he like looks towards, the attendants. I guess he'll start reaching for food and start chowing down.
All right. Anybody else have anything that they want to discuss here? Or, I mean, we're 5 hours in. You guys, do you want to pick up here next game? Anything else you want to do this game?
I do want to talk with Leo and Fina about their stuff.
Are they still passed out?
At this
Probably.
point, no. Because they only need 4 hours to trance, but they definitely needed some time to recover after the trance. So yeah, if you want, you guys can finish up breakfast. Rose, you drink your water slowly, and as you feel life starting to fill your veins again, not feel like you're pumping sludge through them. What are you doing?
I guess they'll wait about a half an hour to see if he'll come back, and then if not, they'll get up and go try to find, I guess, figure out if they do breakfast here or
Roll me a charisma check, because he doesn't come back in the 30 minutes.
uh,
As you approach one of the servants, they nod. Yes, breakfast can be provided. Do you have any specifications, or shall I just whip something up?
whatever you guys have for fancy breakfast. Anything is better than trail rations.
Kind of like makes a disgusted face at that. Yes, that's very true. Very well, I'll have something prepared for you shortly. Shall I bring it to you in one of the rooms, or would you like to take it in the dining room?
Dining room's fine.
Very good. He gives you a bow and is going to head off to the kitchen. So,
Rose will just wander down to the dining area.
as you enter,
It's like-
you
It's like eating like breakfast in somebody else's house, and it's really awkward and strange.
It's even more awkward because as you go into the dining room, Tristina and Levalor are both already sitting there, finishing up their breakfast. And as you walk in, they kind of like look up to you and they smile and then wave. And Tristina kind of like waves weakly. Good morning.
Morning, sunshine. How you feeling?
Ow.
That's fair.
How are you?
Ah, you know, not the first time, not the last time. I'll just pull out a chair and sit across from her.
All right. She kind of like looks at you and looks over at Leo, and goes back to her breakfast. And Ken, you had said that you were going to be looking for her and Fina, or Leo and Fina.
Correct.
Correct, following breakfast. So over breakfast, Mio kind of just be, so what's today's plan? It's still vacation, right?
Yes, but I did promise Mr. Leo and Miss Fina that I helped them out with one, helping Fina with a new weapon, and two, Leo wanted some. I guess he wanted a quick discussions on artificery. So I figured I'd just write down a quick jump-in guide for him. Should be fine for him, but Fina's weapon might take a tiny bit. But after that, we'll head over to Erebor and take care of some things there. Nothing too crazy.
Okay, but we're gonna go to Erebor today, right?
That should be the plan. Yes.
Okay, 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 okay. What am I gonna do?
Okay.
Today?
Okay.
As she says that, you hear the door open. You can look over and you see the top of Nick's top hat. Morning. Where everybody is. Don't even bake the mansion and eating here.
Hey, good morning, Nick. Where'd
Morning.
you sleep last night?
You're in the guest room, like a guest.
Touche.
When did you end up heading up here, Warriors? We talked for some time yesterday, and last I remembered we were discussing the merits of theology. I can't remember what god we were on at that moment.
You ended up falling asleep, and I thought it was best to leave you be.
Appreciate that. Looks over at Aerith. How was your night, my boy? Did you have fun? How did it go?
It went great. Had a fun time.
Good. Good. I'm glad to hear it.
Yep.
Ah, why is it? Is that me as a frog?
Yeah.
Nicholas Frog hops in.
What's
a hat
going
on.
on?
What do you
So
mean?
about that, we had a couple drinks last night, and I needed help with the key. Rose being a dick, so I asked Mia for help with opening the door, and this is how it turned out.
So this wasn't Rose's doing.
Not this time.
That's kind of surprising.
Like he's actually like joking, obviously being sarcastic.
I think it's better this way.
Yeah, well, seeing yourself as a saber-toothed tiger does throw you for a loop.
Right?
I'm adorable
I mean-
as a bunny.
I think so too. You're all so cute. You just like look. She points, and the great Saint Bernard Aureus trudges in and kind of like leaps up with its front paws on the table, and it's got one of those like big gallon jug things around its neck. And as it stands there panting, the jug opens and it pours orange juice into a glass. And then the jug closes and the dog hops down and he's going to serve drinks out of his big. He's so cool.
I can see that.
Yeah, kid's just sitting there shaking his head, smiling. He's He's just enjoying the moment.
All right. Whenever you're ready to head into the manor, Ken, you can break from breakfast.
I shall do that.
Okay. We'll see you guys later. She's not leaving your side.
Yeah, I figured.
You head out into the manor. Within the mansion, the four, well, Orius, Eodos, Nick, and Aerith are left to finish their breakfast. You walk down through the manor, down the spiraling staircase that surrounds the massive trunk of this tree that it's built around, and down to where the dining room is, built on one of the large branches that sprawls out. You head on in and see Rose and Leo Valeur and Tristina all sitting around the table. And having been looking for Leo, look over at him and he looks up and gives you a nod and like a little hand wave. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. You okay?
Yeah, there's a lot of alcohol. And,
Yeah,
know,
you could talk quieter.
Guess Ken will walk over. He's like, yeah, I know that look. And he'll whistle to one of the kids to form one of his gauntlets, and then just give him a gentle tap on the shoulder, and then he'll just cast fucking Luster Restoration on Leo.
oh my god. That is incredible. How did you do that?
Rose just stares at you. Why do you never do that for me?
Trisk, what
You
did
didn't. Well, first of all, we have plans. Second of all, you didn't ask.
You didn't
If you
ask.
If you would have asked, Ken, can you hit me? I would have done so.
I don't want you to hit me though.
Leo, what did he
We
do?
both context, Rose. Context. I knew what you would have meant.
I didn't know you had the capability.
Okay, yeah, Ken will just get up, walk over to Rose, and then just like not enough force to hurt, just like gently like thump them in the forehead, hit them with a lesser restoration.
Ah,
It didn't hurt. Shut up. Feel
Wait.
better, don't you?
yeah. Does she get to suffer? That would be funny.
I am missing something. I am missing something, and I don't want to miss it. Leo, what did he do? You don't look in pain anymore. I'm not.
I don't know.
I'm
You're
not. I
terrified
feel-
of magic. Maybe you
feel-
shouldn't.
No, well, I know this isn't. Just. What do you mean terrified of magic? I'm not terrified of magic.
Yep. Let's go ahead and give her a gentle tap too.
Oh, my head. Oh,
See, magic isn't so bad.
no, of course not.
You went
Did I-
on a whole thing last night. Not that it wasn't funny, but
Did I black out? I don't remember anything after the drink. Leo nods. Yes, they opened up some sort of arcane door, and I think it broke your brain, my dear sister. Animals. There were animals.
there you go.
That was a dream,
Mm-mm.
Not so much.
not a dream.
Although I'm not sure why there were animals in my mansion. Rose looks over at Ken.
Our mansion. Correction.
Yeah. Speaking of,
Because they're cute. Cuter this way.
okay. I think they were perfectly fine the way they were.
Sure, I guess. It's funny. But they're cuter this way.
But speaking of, Rose will turn back to their breakfast and hold up one hand towards Ken.
What?
Give it back. You said you'd give it back.
Oh. Right. Sorry.
Gimme.
Can give the key back.
Thank you.
Well, now that I am thinking a lot clearer, I don't have to spend the next couple hours suffering. Thank you.
Yeah.
It was it's artificery that you used to do that, correct?
Yep, replicated the lesser restoration spell and injected it into your bloodstream.
That
See,
sounds terrible when you say it like that.
yes. If I didn't feel so much better, I'd be concerned, but
Who knows
mean-
what else is in your bloodstream now?
Besides pure mana, nothing untoward, I assure you. Shut up, Rose.
I feel like
appreciate it.
Aerith just walks in right now.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to.
She's just like,
Hear the-
what's going on?
And is injecting
The
people.
usual.
Rose like turns towards Aerith as you come in and takes one look at you. Just nice. Good job. You want a high five?
No.
Why not?
But low five.
Yeah.
No.
You already got one of those earlier.
Alright, so we you and I and Fina discussed some things to take care of. Are you
Yes,
ready
yes,
to get
yes.
that taken care of?
Of course, yes. If you have some time to instruct me on the basics of artificery, I would love to, sit in on a lecture and take notes. It's.
Yeah.
I suppose we could start with this. Kind of just motions to his shoulder. I've seen such devices used by the artificers, but usually they are used reserved for the nobility and quite expensive. Does this not cost you?
I mean,
What does this
besides
cost you to do?
spell slots?
So it's just your arcane power?
Well, the way I've set up my system, when I build things, when I build the modules for each spell that I have active, I write a specific code into the mana circuitry for the specific spell. So when I access it, it absorbs ambient mana, or they call it mana in Lawton, but I think they call it the ether. Call it ether.
Yes,
here.
yes.
We absorb the ambient mana into the specific module, and it replicates the spell in my style.
Are
Interesting.
you guys gonna talk about this right here? No. Feel free. Rose like picks up their bowl and leaves.
That was rude, right?
Nah, they're fine.
They're always
Okay.
like that.
Okay.
Yeah, they're like my little sibling at this point. I kind of give them leeway.
Yep.
But,
And- By the way, the artificers back in London seem to indicate that it was of some great expenditure to them. They wanted compensation for their efforts. Is that not? It sounds relatively similar to the wizards here in the Sword Coast. I thought it was far harder for them.
well, I guess depends on what specific specialization they've trained for and what they do as a service. I know I have access to. Are you familiar with the spell Revivify?
Yes, yes. Used to reinstill life in the moment of death.
Yeah, that's no
Heal.
big deal.
Hmm?
No, it's just revivified. No big deal. Everybody knows, right?
I've heard about it.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, spells of that level and higher can cost a little bit, so I can kind of see where they're coming from, but you know, I've been raised to believe that if you have the power, you should put it to good use for the benefit of all.
I believe that you are rare amongst the artificers that I have met. Most are,
Greedy.
yes. They hold their art so close to the chest.
Yeah. Well, it's a good thing they haven't met me yet. They would probably hate me, which I wouldn't care for. I mean, I wouldn't care at all.
They would be very
I do things
curious where
my
you learned
way.
from.
Oh yeah, well, they can go to hell. I won't tell them.
Plus, they won't really be able to do anything against you anyway.
Exactly. Let them try. I dare them.
Old.
Sorry.
I like it.
Uh,
No, you're good. That's fine. I'm not sure if it's even anything I would be able to learn or replicate myself. I
well,
know
I mean,
that's similar to wizardry. It requires a bit of inherent aptitude.
no. I mean, no. With proper training, depending. I mean, it varies with person to person, but with time and some good amount of training, you can be an artificer.
I don't suppose you know of someone who would be capable of training. I understand you being very busy. Extended tutelage would be quite an ask.
Hold up, because as I was saying that, I was thinking of this. I was thinking of this.
Hell yeah.
But weirdly enough, or coincidentally enough, I do. It is the same gentleman who taught me.
Another one, another artificer. I know that there was the one that Mother was kidnapped by, but the one who trained you, he's still here in the Sword Coast.
Correct. He's currently in Erebor, helping me with a special project. That's the should be. I should actually check in on them. It should be getting close to completion, depending on, based on the progress I've seen last time I checked in on him. But yeah, he's there in Erebor. If you want to, not sure if you have any other important plans. We were actually gonna get. We're actually planning to head over to Erebor to take care of some things there. So if you and Fina would like to briefly join us, we can go over some stuff in detail, and I'll have the facilities prepped to make Fina's weapon for her.
Have to confer with the others, just to make sure. Would we have a way of returning to Lintier?
Yes.
Then I don't foresee it to be a problem, and it would be interesting to be able to train with an actual artificer who's not currently pressed with saving the world. I feel guilty trying to take you from very important duties.
Like I told you the other night, any chance I could, pass on what I've learned to someone who's generally wants to learn and to use that knowledge for good, yeah, you're alright in my book already.
I appreciate it. Let me check with the others, looks over at Tristina, and she just sort of looks at him and shrugs. I don't have a problem with it, but I don't know how long you should be away for. And Leo just shakes his head. Maybe a few days. Just get a feel for it, make introductions. Perhaps we could bring this gentleman here after everything has been completed and concluded, offer him residences to be able to teach here in Lintier. I'm not sure, but make some introductions at least. Christina just sort of nods. Just remember why you were recalled. We're not here just on vacation, brother. I know. I know. I won't be gone long, sister, I promise. But I will at least check with Mother and the others first. Right, well, I should do that.
While I'm thinking about her, where's Fina? Is she still under the weather?
No, I believe she went to go and run the poison out of her system, as she called it. I think she
Oh.
went for a run around the city or the woods, some sort of... I don't know. She just went for a run. Hopefully she'll be back soon, or hopefully she doesn't drop dead out there. I doubt that. That would be very sad.
Yes, how
Right.
morbid of you.
As he says it, by narrative, because I love narrative timing and stuff, you hear the front door in the distance gonna close, and a okay, I feel better.
Oh,
Oh, look at that.
Stomp,
Speak of the
stomp,
devil
stomp.
and they shall appear.
Stomp, stomp, stomp. And then the door opens and Fina pokes her head in. This is where everyone's at. Ah.
Most of
Fina?
us. Or some of us.
She comes in, her hair tied up into a tight bun, dripping with sweat. She's wearing, like, just simple cotton clothes that are stained all the way down, like, entirely with sweat. And she sits down. Whew. Good morning, everybody. How's everyone feeling?
morning, Miss Fina. Well, I was just discussing with your brother that today's the day. We're heading over to Eobor. Would you like to join us? I'm going to introduce him to the man who taught me artificery. And while that's happening, you can get started on your weapon.
Right! Did agree to that.
Hey.
Yeah, looks over at Leo and Tristina, who Leo had been, like, standing up, and then when she came in, sat back down. We won't be gone for long. A few days at most. We'll have to check with everyone, of course. I'm
And
sure it'll be fine.
I will personally reserve funds for the local wizard to teleport you back home as soon as you're done.
That is very kind of you. Yeah, that's a solid. Okay, yeah. I mean, I don't see a problem. I guess you probably would need me there so you can make sure that everything fits correctly.
Yep,
Like
we'll
in
need
my
to.
hand.
We'll need to do some. Quick conversions. I'll be honest with you. I initially, with Eris' weapon being a rapier and yours being a longsword, there's some different math need to be involved, but it should be fine.
Hey, as long as I can hit people up close and at a distance, both of those things with the same weapon, I'm gonna be unstoppable.
Very well. Well, you have my word. Yeah, on my honor, I will build you the best gunblade that I can.
I will hold you to that, and I really like the way that weapon sounds. Gunblade.
Yep.
Okay. So as you guys finish up breakfast, is there anything that Eodos and Aureus would want to do? Because I know that you guys have kind of just been chilling, listening, enjoying the downtime.
Nothing in particular, just Udis does want to make sure he gets that necrotic flame sack back since they're about to head out.
Anything for Aureus?
No, I think of.
Then Rose, as you had stepped away when God, who was it that came in and scared you out?
No, I was just
Oh,
Ken
the
Ken
came in and
started
started
talking.
talking,
That's what it was.
talking
Ken,
shop. Yeah.
Ken started yapping.
Yep. What did you do? Because I see where you put
Um,
yourself.
Yeah. Well, Rose just like took their bowl of food and just walked upstairs.
Okay.
And then probably saw the door of the library open.
Okay. So you're just poking your head into various bedrooms?
Well, they're just walking and seeing who's the first person that they can find.
Roll me an investigation. Because like where Aerith had set up the archive, it's in Ravalana's
Mm.
room.
I didn't know if it was still open since it only.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
But it's in her room, so it's, are you poking your head into bedrooms to look for people?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
Would it still be open there? Because I had opened it to do my training.
That's what I was wondering.
Oh, I thought you did your training in the mansion.
Yeah, in the mansion, Rose is in Revelana's room. That's not in the mansion.
But I thought you did
He was
the
talking about
training
the
just...
archive, like wherever you opened the archive for
Yeah,
her.
is that not what you're looking for, Rose?
I'm literally just looking for like the first person I can find. So.
I think the word library got him confused.
Yeah, I got
Well,
really confused.
I thought she was in the library, and then you talked to her in the library and opened the archive in there.
You're right. That was in the...
That's what I thought. At least.
Library
right.
estate.
I thought it was in...
Or
yeah,
estate
so,
library.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you go upstairs, and as you kind of like look around, you don't find Theron or Vafir. You do find the library, and you do see the archive door kind of just established in the wall there of the library. But you don't see
And
Ravalana in the library.
Right. But knowing that, and that's our, like, one of our doors, would be curious.
Okay.
So Rose would open it and peek in.
You peek in, and you see a kind of tired-looking elf huddled over tomes, transcribing from one into another book. She doesn't seem to notice you coming in.
They'll come in, let the door shut. Just, hey. So you know this is probably gonna close soon, right?
What do you mean? Oh, what time is
mean,
it?
At least morning.
Oh no.
I'm not real good at knowing the time. That I usually just leave that to Ken. I think it's morning or closer to afternoon.
Afternoon? How long have I been in here?
Well, if you came back here after dinner, like, what, 10 hours?
She kind of like blinks and then turns around and looks at the pile of books. 10 hours makes sense.
Have you literally just been sitting here, like, writing and reading that entire time?
Do you know what this place is?
I know it's full of books, and I'm not really that interested. I prefer to make my own stories.
Somebody has to write down the stories that other people make up, so that everyone can learn them.
Well, sure, but I'm the one who tells them. And then if you want to write them down, sure, go for it.
Yes, I've been in here that whole time. Oh, eyes. It's not the first all-nighter I've pulled.
Rose will kind of come over and look down at what she's doing.
What languages do you speak? Or can read, I guess I should
right.
say.
Yeah. Common Draconic.
She is reading. Actually, hold on. What would she be reading about? I know that she had. Actually,
Didn't you mention
Roll me-
something about metallic dragons last time?
that was yeah. That was just
Right.
sort of what she went for first, just like a test type thing. Roll me an insight check, Rose. Okay.
Neat.
It seems to be some sort of stuffy treatise on some god that she's transcribing from one book into the other. Both written in common, but she's copying it from one that has like the shimmery quality of the archive into one that doesn't have that shimmery quality.
Right. So, absentmindedly, as they're like flipping through a couple pages, they'll hold out the bowl to her.
Oh, thank you. Um, kind of like looks at it. Suppose I haven't eaten since dinner.
Mm-mm. Why are you writing about God stuff? What is this?
This was written 4 days ago. It's she kind of like sets the bowl down on the table and looks at it a little bit questioningly. A study or an assessment of the disappearance of the goddess of magic, written by a cleric of hers out of Waterdeep.
Yeah. Okay. And what? Well, okay. Usually I'm not super interested in this sort of stuff, but this partially pertains to us. What did they say?
Just it's a lot of uncertainty. References to the spell plague. There are some prophecies that are talked about within this treatise and things to warn of oncoming disaster. I had just gotten to this point, but they were starting to talk about recent physical changes with extreme levels of magic and the uncertainty of it. The thought that the weave might be unraveling.
Rose kind of unconsciously reaches up and rubs at the spot on their shoulder. And then with the other hand, like flips a couple pages. So do they know what happened?
No. I've read through all of it. I was copying it so that when I returned, the monks can study it as well. Many have reached out, and the Modrons, the ones they serve, the
Weird
Lady of
robots.
Magic. I suppose you know of them.
Yeah, we were just over there recently.
Do you know anything? What do you know?
Quickly, tell me.
Tell me everything.
Tell me now.
Writes it down.
Right. Rose will kind of look at her and wince a little bit and just, I've already kind of gotten in a little bit of trouble for this.
I won't tell a soul.
Uh-huh. I mean, what do you want to know?
I want to know whatever has happened. All I know is that she vanished. Mistra.
Mhm.
Seemingly without taking magic with her, and the clerics reached out, received messages from the Modrons that she could not be found, but that they were looking for her, and that went that way for weeks. Every communication met with the same response. There's a shift here. She kind of like flips over to the book, taking it from your hand, where they believe that something may have changed. The Modron's attitudes become less concerned with each interaction and more
Right.
sure of something. But they're not telling what, and no one has still communicated with Lady Mistra. That is until she flips the pages back right before this was written. Just a few days ago when this was finished. I don't even know how it made it in here. I was just looking for information on what happened to her, and this is here. Actually, thinking about it, let me do some timeline in my head. This would have been published yesterday. My bad. This would have
Literally
just been
yesterday.
published yesterday.
Mhm.
Yep. There's here where the cleric who wrote this reached out, and the Modron that responded said that all is well, and the god of magic has been found. But still, no communication. Nothing. Just this one stoic response. What does it mean?
Right. I mean,
Means there's 3 mortals in a trench coat pretending to be a god.
yeah, I mean, means uh, it means they're fine, I guess, right? If they're not concerned.
But these things usually, historically, predate disaster.
It sure is.
Why do I
It's
feel like you know a lot more than you're willing to tell me?
It's not that I'm not willing to tell you. It's just I'm really not the one to ask about this. I just
But you're the one willing to talk about it.
suppose I always am. As
Does she
far as
have
I
you in a
know,
corner?
no, Rose just likes to talk. As far as I know, and whatever it means to you, I guess it's the same thing that happened after the spell plague, right?
Do you mean after?
She was one thing and she became a different entity, right?
No. The spell plague was caused by Mistral's death.
And she didn't die.
She
She
became one into another, yes.
Exactly.
That dark time still happened after. It was while she was gone that everything fell apart,
Well,
at least
I mean,
according to the journals.
I don't really know much about that. I just know that she broke, or broke herself that time at least, right?
The scriptures say that Mistral sacrificed herself to rewrite the laws of magic, yes.
So it was kind of the same thing, although I don't think they necessarily intended it this time. Like I said, I'm not exactly the most in the loop. I just know that they broke, separated, broke up.
Had a falling out with themselves.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. I will take what I can get.
I don't know. Mia doesn't really talk about it much. I don't think she really knows.
That's the name of the young woman that was there during dinner last night, right?
Mm-hmm.
You revealed everything.
Wait.
I don't know. Is your sister a turncoat?
Is she the goddess of magic?
I'm just saying you might want to talk to her instead, I guess, if this is something you're really that interested in.
I just find it fascinating that no one, that anyone wouldn't be. Something so cosmically scaled. Changing.
There's, you know, for the normal person, yeah, I suppose there's just been a lot of that lately for us, I guess. I mean, first we die, then they yank our souls, talk to us in person, tell us to fucking save the world.
Who? You don't mean
What,
Miss
The guy. No, not. I don't think she was there. No. Mine was Malel?
That's the god of stories.
Yeah, see,
Right?
that makes sense. Yeah. Right? I know Aerith talks to Ogma, like, frequently.
Wait, what? He was never. Will you tell me what you know? Sit,
How far?
please.
How far back? Yeah. Okay. I do like storytelling.
And I. She flips closed the book she had been writing and takes out a new one. I'm a chronicler of all information. I also write very fast, so
Alright. Okay. I guess I didn't have any other plans today. They kind of like. I guess they pat their pocket a little bit and sigh.
what's in your pocket?
The note from Theron.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So you sit down with her and you're going to tell her the story?
Yeah. Until we get thrown, I suppose, ass over tea kettle out of this place, because I'm sure it'll collapse in a couple hours.
Yep, got 2.5 hours, just about. All right. Well, while Rose informs Ravalana of what they know, at least of what happened, the rest of you still gathered within well, I guess Ken and Aerith with the Zataras and Mia gathered within the dining room, going over the basics of artificery. Mia kind of like just playing with her food a little bit, making little faces in the bowl of, I don't know, oatmeal and honey that she has. Eodos and Aureus speaking with Nicholas from within the mansion, and Afalna just sitting in her quiet little study with a house filled with family. 2 families. Does anyone have any final business they'd like to have done or attend to?
I'm good.
I got nothing.
I got nothing.
All right. And that is where we will close out this week's game, picking up next week where we head back to Iriabor and what shenanigans await us there before you guys get to decide, I'm hoping next week, where you're going next. So that I can start prepping it, because I need to know.
Joke's on you, we're going to take 3 more weeks before we decide.
Oh, that just gives me 3 weeks to
No.
prepare. And I'll
We're
just get
going
both
to
done.
Avernus. Why?
Oh,
Surprise.
did you think that 3 weeks meant we weren't going to be doing stuff and causing even more wrenches and problems for you? No, we're going to be
Absolutely
all over
not.
the place.
Oh no!
Literally every plane that we
Not what I
possibly
live for.
can.
That was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun with our date day. I was laughing
Everybody
at the
gets
fact
a date.
that, yeah, I was like, man, I'm starting this next game dating 3 of the 5 players at the table. And 3 different dates, too, because it was like the long-term relationship, the wild fling, the old flame. That was so much fun. It was a lot of fun to play out. Thank you
I
guys.
wasn't sure how Aerith was going to react to Zach.
Right?
I'm going to be real. He didn't sound like he was too enthused, but I'm glad it worked out for him.
Right?
Hell
I
yeah.
was so impressed. The fact, like, I was really in my mind, I thought you were going to go and get there on time, or maybe a little bit late. I didn't expect you to get there early, and I didn't expect you to get there 2 hours early when he was only going to be there an hour early. You one-upped him.
Haha.
Ah, you pulled the old Uno reverse card. But that was
Yeah,
very
I was
sweet.
expecting him to be there like the whole time, just being like, well, if I'm
No,
here and I can't
had-
possibly miss him.
He had to buy a basket and wine and fruit and bread, and he had to get
Cheese.
together everything that he would need,
Right.
and he had to like prep everything. He went home, he shaved, he took a shower. He put on the nice. He was busy. He had stuff to do that day. He just was like, 11 o'clock. I'll be there at 11
He put
o'clock.
on-
I'll give it-"
He put on his nice underwear.
Yeah, he did. He did. He really was putting his
Just in
best foot
case.
forward. He was. He was. He wasn't leaving anything to chance, and that was because he knew that that was his moment, probably the only one he was ever going to get
Last
to make
chance.
something right. Yep. And he didn't care how it went from that point on. That was, like I said, it was beyond his wildest dreams and expectations, and he left there feeling like a very young man again and revitalized. But you also now know that he's going to be part of Lynn Tier's detachment in your final
Yeah,
assault
great.
on
You
the
gonna
Well
send
of
your boyfriend to
Dragons.
war.
So keep that in mind.
Good.
Congrats.
Hey, I'm traumatizing Ken. I have to traumatize you too. Well, I
Somehow
tried to.
convince.
You guys decided to break magic instead of me traumatizing Ken.
Yeah. You have to somehow convince him not to go to war.
I don't know if I can.
Would Aerith want to?
Probably. You'd have to see him fight to determine that.
You gotta
That's
tell
fair.
him that Gongaga's in danger. You gotta go home.
Uh,
So much fun. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that we just went with it when we were joking about what his name was. It's just so perfect.
I mean, it was the first name that came to mind, and I was just like, you can't have Aerith without Zack, so.
Right?
It's so perfect.
Now I'm just like,
Does that
alright,
mean at
where's
some
the
point
white
you're gonna get
materia?
speared through the chest?
You get
Oh,
fucked.
that's how I should have done
Die
it. One
again.
of the other 2 times he died.
Yeah, right. Hey, he can still die again.
I guess
Not
it would have
too
to be
late.
his final death would
Yeah.
last that way. And then you have to drop truth, and it has to go bink, 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 and like roll into the water, where it can then like cast itself.
Not truth, my
and save the
Doctrina.
world. Yeah, that's it. The Doctrina. It's like stored with that last spell that you were trying to cast.
The mega holy spell. I'm gonna come up with a homebrew.
It was just holy. That was all Aerith was trying to cast was holy, because holy was the materia that could protect the world from meteor,
Yep.
and she did it in the end.
Maybe that's what should have been my Starlight artifact. Would have been just holy, but it starts out like weak and it just gets stronger.
Oh!
Could you
Gotta
imagine
keep-
how brutal that Starlight artifact would have been? Like, just a literal fucking nuke?
Yeah.
Because, like,
Yeah, no.
in the original, before they started retconning a lot of stuff, there was no, like, definitive answer on if humanity made it out after Holy went off. You know,
That was
you
the-
just saw a bunch of ruins and stuff, and it was like, this is kind of neat. And then, you know, they wanted to keep rolling and making money. But could you imagine if Aerith nuked the planet to save the planet?
Right. I mean, it was like that ending was so cool because it left everything uncertain. The only thing you were sure of was that Nanaki and at least one other of his kind survived because
Mhm.
they had their tribe. But that led you to believe, like, were they the only ones that Holy deemed worthy? Because Holy was a great big like, all who are worthy survive. It was essentially the Rapture.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
Crazy.
It was
Reverse
one of those
Rapture.
question things.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you never. There was that uncertainty. Like people could have survived. You know, things could have been okay. But then we don't know it. It was so dope. It was just so open ended. And then, hey, actually, Advent children, Georgia server.
Flips all that on its head. Never mind. We needed to keep milking
Yeah.
this cow.
Right.
Forget
making
that. We
money.
need Sephiroth for like 30 more years, please.
Maybe. Oh, you know what? I wouldn't doubt it. We haven't heard what the third Final Fantasy VII is, right? Because it was remake, rebirth. I wouldn't doubt if it was something like reunion. 'Cause
Yeah,
that would
I
be
was just
perfect.
about to say, watch it be fucking reunion.
It
They
has to be.
fucking canonize the Advent children. They actually bring them in.
Right? But then you can actually end with that same original ending of 7, where it's just like, yeah, no, we've decided to nuke the world. But no, that was
I gotta go back and play remake and eventually grab rebirth.
right.
Right?
I
I never played the DLC, dude. I have it. I just never started it.
man, I'm in
Yeah.
the same boat.
Oh, the DLC with Yuffie?
Yeah, Intergrade.
Mhm.
Hmm.
I inherently dislike Yuffie so much. I hate her. This is traumatizing when you're, 12 years old and you're trying to beat a game and you're like, okay, I'm gonna go do this new thing and it's gonna be fun. And you walk in and you have this cool ninja who throws shit and you're like, all right, you're really cool. And then she's like, psych, I'm out of here, fucker.
Give me all
I'm
your shit.
sorry, bye. And you're like, what? That was everything. That was all my summons. I needed Odin. I don't have Odin. I mean, I literally, the first time I did it, I saved, because it doesn't happen until you go to, what was the name? It's like
Wu-Tang?
Wu-Tang, yeah. It doesn't trigger until you go there, and it doesn't matter when you go there in the storyline. At all. You can go there immediately after getting out of Midgar.
I do have to say that I didn't want to cut you off. Wu-Tang ain't nothing to fuck with. What you're thinking of is Wu-Tai.
Wu-Tai,
Thank
sorry.
you. That doesn't sound right, but I'm gonna go
Well,
with Wu-Tai.
I said Wu-Tang because that was my D&D group's name when I was living in Flagstaff
Oh
with
no.
Zach. That was the adventure party name that they came up with
Oh, no.
before I joined the campaign.
All I could think of is Wusha, and I knew that was wrong. So, but like by the time I went there, I had Odin, I had like everything, and it was entirely dependent on the materia for me to get through those fights because I was not good at the game, and then she took all my fucking materia. And I was
Dude,
like,
the
what?
those first couple of times, like before you like interact with her that first time, where she's just like a random fucking battle that can pop off.
Mhm.
Oh my god, dude, that was such a nightmare as a child.
Mhm. I had a friend who at least had beaten 7, and he was smart enough to tell me how to get Yuffie. He did not warn me about what she would do. He just laughed when I finally told him, and that was fair. That's what you do. But yeah.
I think what traumatized my brother, because I never really played any of the Final Fantasy games, I only watched my brother. What traumatized my brother was in Final Fantasy X, and he was fighting against Seymour. Like the first official fight against Seymour after Yuna gets Shiva. So he had so much trouble with him because he could not figure out how to kill him. So, and he had to do the fight like 10 times or something along those lines. And later, like years later, I'm like watching clips of people playing Final Fantasy X and they're fighting against Seymour, and they just fucking pull up Shiva like it's nothing, and she just wrecks him. And I was just like, what the fuck was my brother doing?
Obviously
We're
not
dumb
the right
when we were
thing.
kids.
Right? And 10's one of those games that, like, if you're just going down that sphere grid not thinking about stuff, you could make a nightmare set of characters that can't really accomplish shit, too.
Yeah.
Yep. That was very open-ended.
Even now, the sphere grid confuses the hell out of me. I'm just like,
It's so
wait,
dope
so
because
they
you can
have
do
their
so
own
much.
grid, and then it branches off into the other character's grid? What?
Yeah, well, I mean, think about it. It's like you guys here, you each start with your own, skill set in the Wanderers of Starlight, but as you've all grown stronger, you've leaned on each other. Rose swings a big sword that they're, mimicking the style that Eodos uses, Aerith has been teaching Ken arcane spells for him to incorporate into artificery. Everyone's learning from each other, so it made sense that you could like dip into the other people's trees to get their abilities as well. It was super cool.
Hell yeah. And like you could basically turn everyone into anything if you went far enough and knew like what nodes to take. It was so cool. But it was also so easy to go down a completely dead route
Good
if
up.
you weren't like building for it. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I liked like all of the systems in 10 were solid. I love Blitzball. Blitzball was so much fun. I just hate Titus. Like really,
Do you
really
hate
hated
Titus?
Titus. Yeah,
Because he's
Titus. Whatever.
tedious.
I will never. That is one of the heels I will die of. I don't. You can tell me. The director has said it more. I don't give a fuck. He is Titus. I will not be changed.
It will not change. Nope.
Just,
I think-
Is
just
Titus.
like I'm not gonna say Mako. I'm gonna say Mako every fucking time when it comes to 7.
I
Yep.
think the only thing that I liked about Titus was just his appearance, because he was essentially a pretty boy, and he tried to be the tough guy out of the group, and I don't even think my brother used him a whole lot. Like,
I mean, he was
think
strong.
he
Especially if you
was
got
strong.
the Brotherhood early. Like that
Yeah.
that sword went fucking like hard, but
And I think out of
Ugh.
like all of the characters, my brother's favorite was Aaron, for
Yeah.
obvious reasons.
because he was dope.
Waka, because he just
Also dope.
yeah. I think Yuna because of the summons, all of the summons.
She
And
was also
then-
sexy goth mom.
Yes, Lulu.
Oh, that's Lulu. Sorry, yes, Yuna.
Lulu for a reason.
Yuna was the
Yeah,
summoner.
Lulu
for
Lulu
reason.
was the big titty goth mommy. And then
Yep.
Kimari, Riku, the baddie.
Yeah, Riku in 10-2 though.
Right.
Yes. Oh my
Right.
god. I liked 10 too because of the dress sphere system. That was literally the only
It was
reason.
actually a really cool system. I
It
will
really
say.
was.
And I liked the story in 10-2 more than the story in 10. Because Titus wasn't there.
Get him, dude.
No, I bet you it was because you
Why
thought
is
that
his sword
the
two
that the
different lengths? Like, what the fuck is going on? What is this dude? Like, everything about him bugged me. Like, he
I
looked like.
wonder.
I
I
think
wonder
it
if
was,
we all like this. Does everybody have a I was gonna say 14? A Final Fantasy game they don't like because of the main character? Because like 12 for me is the one I don't like because they shoehorn Vaughn and that man sucks. He is the fucking worst, dude.
I
That was
Altier is the main
12.
character of 12.
12 and
Yeah, that's what I
15
was-
were the only games that I played.
I know 10,
It
10
was
to
so unfortunate.
8, 13.
Yeah, I almost stopped playing 13 because of Hope in the opening hour.
God, I hate Hope
God.
so much.
Yeah.
Hope was so annoying.
So
He-
much. So many of 13's main characters were just the pits, dude.
I think
Saz had that fucking game on his back. I'm not even gonna lie. He
Oh
had
my
fucking
god.
Fang.
Him
Those
and
those
Fang.
two carried.
That was it. They were the only ones worth a damn. Like, everyone else was just they were just insufferable.
Yeah.
I
Like,
only
I
like
finally managed
Snow.
to push
I-
through.
I only like Snow because he was a himbo. Lightning was the obvious badass. Hope was annoying kid. Vanille, I can't really
I
say
didn't
anything.
mind Vanille.
Vanille
Vanille was
wasn't
super
bad.
Yeah, I didn't hate her, but I wasn't a big fan. The weird like multi-arm thing she had was kind of cool.
Mhm. I liked
Uh,
the relationship she had with Fang because that was
yeah.
kind of early with the, exploring that. That was cool.
And then
Yeah,
Saz, I don't know.
He was-
He was
Saz
just he's just the
a
father
sad
doing everything.
dad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dad.
A sad dad. And then I think for 13 too, I did not like Sarah and what's his face.
Noel.
And I-
13 too.
No, was it Noel?
It was Noel.
Noel.
I played the trilogy.
I liked
I
Sarah's
didn't beat 13-3
weapon.
though, because oh man,
I liked Sarah's weapon. I liked how it became a bow and a sword.
yeah, that was great.
But
I could not get through 13. I didn't really like the characters.
Was
I
it the
wasn't a huge fan of the
hallway
story.
thing?
It was the way that the
Like how
combat.
the
The
Oh,
well,
my
ATB
bad. Go
system.
ahead.
Yeah, well, it was the combat. It was the fact that I couldn't lose whoever I had active. The main character, if they went down, game over instantly.
oh yeah,
Yeah,
It was
I've always
yeah.
hated that.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
always
it-
bugged me, and I thought they kept that in 13 too, but they didn't. So if one of your main if like the character you're controlling died, then it would just switch you to another character until they get revived.
I was
Right, like you
doing one of
should.
the bosses, one of the gods. I can't remember what it was, like the divine things in 13, and it had an ability that just one hit KO'd, and it had a 33% chance of choosing the person you were active on.
Yeah.
One hit KO and
It
end the
was-
fight.
Ugh.
God, which
that
fight
Bahamut?
was it? No, it wasn't Bahamut. It was the main antagonist, and I forgot his name.
Yeah.
Because you fight
Oh,
him
there's
like
a
3
bee or
fucking
something.
times.
Bartholomeus?
Yeah, but
yeah,
Bartholomew-
it's
Yeah, fuck that
something
guy.
like that.
I did that fight for like
It got
2 hours and kept getting annihilated, just
Which one
the
was
one shot
it?
ending
Was
it.
it-
And I was just like, fuck it, I'm done. Fuck this game.
Like,
and
Was it the
It's-
second time?
No, I couldn't get past the first time for a while, and then like I went on a trip to DC, stopped by the nearby GameStop, and bought the fucking strategy guide. I was like, fuck this.
But yeah, the not being able to lose, it was just so
This
frustrating. I'm
game
like,
is,
if I could
this
lose,
game is not gonna hold me ever again.
so
I ended up figuring it out because I think I failed at it like 3 times, and then after a while, once I saw him, or like once I saw that it was getting to that point, I would just switch to another character because I
It's
had
like you have to. He had like multiple parts on them that you have to
Mhm.
specifically target with a specific
yeah
element to break
yeah.
off, and then you could finally like swap to like a
Yikes.
combination of like physical
I
attacks, magic attacks.
I remember.
I
I
never would've
actually
figured
looked
it
it
out.
up on the internet. I looked it up on the internet, or I looked up a YouTube video of it because I was supposed to have. I think like the main team, you were supposed to have Lightning, Snow, and Hope, because Hope was your main healer, Lightning was your
Yep.
main DPS, and Snow was your tank.
That was tank. Yep.
yeah.
So,
No, anytime I got into fights, and it's even nowadays where it's like, oh well, if you want to make it through this part of the game, here's what you have to use because it's the only way to make it work.
Yeah.
My brain goes, fuck that, and I quit. Because I don't like being shoehorned into something. I don't like being told that I have to do something one way. Let me figure it out. Let me do it my way. And if you can't figure out a way to make a puzzle that can be solved in a handful of different ways to accommodate a handful of different playstyles, you need to work better at designing